Symbolism, The Art of Hidden Meanings and Mysticism, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Symbolism. Symbolism is the art of representing ideas, concepts, or emotions through symbols, which are objects, marks, or signs that convey deeper meanings beyond their literal appearance. Throughout human history, symbols have played a crucial role in shaping the way we perceive the world around us. They provide a language of abstraction, allowing individuals to communicate complex ideas that transcend verbal or written communication. This chapter will explore the significance of symbolism, its historical origins, and its powerful influence on art, culture, and human consciousness. The roots of symbolism can be traced back to the earliest civilizations. In ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Greece, symbols were used extensively in religious and cultural practices to convey divine truths and sacred knowledge. The Egyptians, for instance, employed intricate hieroglyphs and symbolic representations in their religious texts, temples, and monuments, allowing them to encode deeper meanings about life, death, and the afterlife. Similarly, the ancient Greeks and Romans used symbols to convey philosophical ideas and moral lessons, often in the form of visual representations in their art, architecture, and mythology. As time progressed, symbolism evolved into a more sophisticated form, particularly during the late 19th century with the symbolist movement. This movement, which emerged in literature, visual arts, and theater, sought to break free from the constraints of realism and explore the mystical, emotional, and subjective aspects of human experience. The symbolists believed that the material world was insufficient for capturing the true essence of reality, and instead, they looked to symbols to convey the hidden truths and spiritual dimensions of existence. Writers like Charles Baudelaire, Stéphane Mallarmé, and Paul Verlaine used symbolism in their poetry to evoke moods, sensations, and dreams, while painters such as Gustave Klimt and Odilon Redon sought to express the inner world through symbolic imagery. The power of symbolism extends far beyond the realm of art and culture. Symbols are deeply embedded in human consciousness and are often used to express the ineffable aspects of spirituality, religion, and the unconscious mind. In many religious traditions, symbols represent sacred truths, divine forces, and the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. For instance, in Christianity, the cross represents the sacrifice of Christ and the promise of salvation, while the lotus flower in Hinduism and Buddhism symbolizes spiritual enlightenment and purity. In modern society, symbolism continues to be a powerful tool for conveying meaning in various forms, from advertising and branding to pop culture and social movements. The use of symbols allows individuals to communicate complex ideas and emotions without the need for explicit language. As we delve deeper into the world of symbolism in the following chapters, we will uncover its rich history, diverse applications, and the profound impact it has had on human thought and culture. Definition of symbolism. Symbolism is the use of symbols to represent ideas, qualities, or concepts that go beyond their literal meaning. A symbol is a representation of something larger or more abstract, often conveying deep, emotional, or spiritual meanings. The essence of symbolism lies in its ability to communicate complex ideas that transcend direct language, engaging the viewer or reader on an intellectual, emotional, or even subconscious level. While symbols may appear as simple objects or images, they often carry multiple layers of interpretation that evoke a deeper understanding of the subject they represent. At its core, symbolism functions as a bridge between the tangible world and the intangible. It allows human beings to express abstract thoughts, emotions, and spiritual experiences that cannot always be fully articulated in words. The power of a symbol lies in its ability to evoke meaning in a way that is both personal and universal. For example, the image of a heart is widely recognized as a symbol of love. though love itself is an intangible, complex emotion that defies simple definition. The heart, therefore, serves as a vessel for the many emotional and cultural layers associated with the feeling of love. Historically, symbolism has played a vital role in art, religion, literature, and culture. Ancient civilizations such as the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans used symbols in religious rituals and myths to communicate divine truths, moral lessons, and cultural values. In these cultures, symbols were not only visual representations, but also powerful tools for encoding and transmitting knowledge. For example, the Egyptian Ankh symbol represented life and immortality, while the Greek laurel wreath symbolized victory and honor. These symbols were often incorporated into art, architecture, and religious practices, carrying with them layers of cultural and spiritual significance. The symbolist movement in the late 19th century further expanded the scope of symbolism in the arts. In literature, poetry, and visual art, the symbolists sought to convey the emotional and metaphysical realities of existence through suggestive, often dreamlike images. Rather than depicting the world in a literal sense, symbolist artists and writers aim to express the inner world of the psyche, drawing on the power of symbols to communicate the ineffable aspects of human experience. Writers like Charles Baudelaire and Oscar Wilde, along with painters such as Gustave Klimt and Odilon Redon, used symbols to explore themes of beauty, mysticism, and the unconscious mind. In modern times, symbolism continues to influence not only the arts, but also politics, advertising, and mass media. It is a powerful tool that transcends language, connecting people through shared cultural meanings and universal ideas. Through symbols, we are able to convey complex, layered meanings that resonate with individuals on a personal level, while still maintaining a broader cultural relevance. Historical origins of symbolism. The origins of symbolism can be traced back to the dawn of human civilization, where early cultures began to develop systems of representation that conveyed deeper meanings beyond the literal. Ancient societies, particularly in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Greece, were among the first to use symbols to communicate abstract concepts, spiritual beliefs, and complex social values. These early symbols were not only an artistic form of expression, but also served as vital tools in religious, cultural, and political life. In ancient Egypt, symbols played an integral role in religion and daily life. The Egyptians used hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial writing, to represent both the physical and spiritual worlds. Each symbol held a specific meaning, and together they formed a complex language that conveyed divine truths and ritualistic practices. The ankh, for instance, symbolized eternal life, while the scarab beetle represented rebirth and regeneration. These symbols were often embedded in sacred texts, temple walls, and tombs, where they provided spiritual guidance and ensured the protection of the deceased in the afterlife. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, symbols were deeply connected to the religious and political spheres. The cuneiform script, which emerged around 3500 BCE, was a system of symbols that allowed the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians to record everything from economic transactions to religious texts. The ziggurats, towering temple structures, were also heavily symbolic, representing the connection between the heavens and the earth. These symbols were not just artistic representations. They were integral to the governance and belief systems of these ancient civilizations. In ancient Greece, symbolism became more sophisticated, particularly in mythology and philosophy. Greek myths are rich with symbolic meaning, where gods and heroes represent larger concepts like love, justice, wisdom, and fate. The Greeks also used symbols in art and architecture, with the Parthenon, for example, symbolizing not just the grandeur of Athens, but also the ideals of democracy and human achievement. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle explored the concept of symbolism in their works, contemplating how physical objects could represent abstract truths about the universe and human nature. The development of symbolism took a transformative turn during the Renaissance, where artists and thinkers began to explore deeper meanings in their work. However, it wasn't until the late 19th century that symbolism, as an artistic and literary movement, fully emerged. Artists, poets, and writers began to reject realism and sought to convey the emotional, spiritual, and psychological aspects of human existence through symbolic imagery. This new approach to symbolism in art and literature was influenced by a variety of cultural, philosophical, and psychological developments, laying the foundation for modern symbolic expression. Thus, the historical origins of symbolism are deeply intertwined with humanity's ongoing quest to express the ineffable, using symbols to capture the complex, layered aspects of existence across time and cultures. Symbolism in art and culture. Symbolism in art and culture is a multifaceted concept that has evolved over time, intertwining visual representation, social meaning, and psychological depth. It serves as a bridge between the tangible world and the intangible, allowing artists and creators to communicate complex ideas, emotions, and philosophies beyond what can be captured through direct depiction. The use of symbolism in art dates back to ancient civilizations, where objects and images were imbued with meanings that resonated deeply within their cultural and spiritual contexts. Over the centuries, symbolism became a powerful tool for expressing abstract thoughts, hidden truths, and the complexities of the human experience. In ancient cultures, symbolism was embedded within every aspect of life. In Egypt, for example, sacred symbols adorned temples, tombs, and monuments to represent deities, the afterlife, and divine protection. The scarab beetle, the eye of Horus, and the ankh were not just decorative elements, but potent representations of life, death, and cosmic balance. Similarly, in Greece and Rome, mythology and art were closely tied to symbolic representations of gods and human experiences, and these symbols conveyed moral lessons, virtues, and societal values. Greek architecture, such as the Parthenon, used symbolic proportions and designs to reflect the ideals of order, harmony, and democracy. The role of symbolism in art further expanded during the Middle Ages, where Christian iconography flourished. Artists in this period used symbols such as the lamb, the fish, and the cross to represent religious concepts, connecting the viewer to the divine through visual shorthand. These symbols allowed for the communication of complex theological ideas in a way that could be universally understood regardless of language. In the Renaissance, the use of symbolism became more nuanced as artists began to explore the psychological and emotional aspects of their subjects. Figures in paintings often held symbolic objects, like a skull to represent mortality or a rose to symbolize love, reflecting the period's fascination with human nature and the human soul. The symbolist movement of the late 19th century marked a turning point in the history of symbolism in art and culture. Rejecting the realism and materialism of the time, symbolist artists sought to express the inner spiritual world, using symbolism to explore dreams, emotions, and the subconscious. Artists like Gustav Klimt, Odilon Redon, and Edvard Munch employed rich, often surreal imagery to represent complex ideas about beauty, death, and existentialism. Poetry also became a key arena for symbolic expression, with poets like Charles Baudelaire and Stéphane Mallarmé using language in a way that resonated with deep, hidden meanings and fragmented realities. In contemporary art and culture, symbolism continues to thrive. From films and advertisements to literature and music, symbolic imagery remains a powerful method for conveying deeper meanings that resonate with the collective consciousness. Symbols can evoke feelings, provoke thought, and challenge perceptions, making them an essential part of how we interpret the world around us. Through symbolism, art, and culture allow us to communicate that which cannot always be said directly, giving voice to the ineffable and offering insights into the complexities of life, death, and the human spirit. The role of symbols in human consciousness. Symbols play a vital role in shaping human consciousness, serving as powerful tools for understanding, processing, and communicating complex ideas, emotions, and experiences. They provide a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, allowing individuals to express and explore aspects of their psyche that may be difficult to articulate through language alone. At their core, symbols are a way to represent abstract concepts, creating meaning where direct expression might fall short. This ability to evoke deeper understanding makes them essential to how we perceive and make sense of the world. From early childhood, humans begin to form associations with symbols, gradually learning to recognize them as representations of something more than their physical form. For example, a child may associate the word mother with the emotional comfort and security provided by their caregiver, or a religious icon might symbolize divine protection or spiritual connection. These early connections between symbols and their meanings set the stage for the complex symbolic systems that humans develop throughout their lives. In fact, much of human thought and cognition is structured around symbolic systems, whether it be language, mathematics, or cultural norms. Carl Jung, a prominent psychologist, argued that symbols are central to the unconscious mind, as they act as expressions of archetypes, universal patterns of thought and behavior that transcend individual experiences. Jung believed that symbols could help people tap into the deeper layers of the unconscious, providing insight into the hidden forces that shape their thoughts, behaviors, and dreams. In his view, symbols are not arbitrary. They are connected to ancient, shared experiences that resonate across cultures and time periods. For instance, symbols such as water, fire, or the circle have deep meanings that appear repeatedly in myths, dreams, and religious texts, pointing to fundamental aspects of human existence and the collective unconscious. In addition to their psychological significance, symbols also serve as vehicles for personal and collective expression. They allow individuals to convey complex emotions and experiences that might otherwise remain inaccessible. In art, literature, and ritual, symbols become a way for humans to navigate their inner worlds, providing a safe space for exploring identity, spirituality, and existential questions. They also help people make sense of the world around them, imbuing ordinary objects or events with meaning that reflects larger cultural, social, or spiritual truths. For example, a flag may symbolize patriotism, while a cross represents faith, love, and sacrifice. In modern society, symbols continue to shape human consciousness, influencing everything from personal identity to political ideologies and consumer behavior. Brands, logos, and even emojis carry layers of meaning that affect how individuals connect to each other and the world. Whether in dreams, religion, art, or daily life, symbols are an indispensable part of the mental framework that helps us navigate both our internal and external realities. By understanding and interpreting symbols, we gain access to the deeper layers of meaning embedded within our consciousness and the collective experience. The influence of symbolism in modern society. In modern society, symbolism continues to exert a profound influence across various aspects of life, from art and culture to politics, advertising, and social movements. The power of symbols lies in their ability to convey complex ideas and emotions in a way that transcends language and connects individuals on a deep, often subconscious level. This makes symbols a universal language that cuts across cultural, linguistic, and geographic boundaries, playing a central role in shaping both individual identities and collective experiences. One of the most prominent areas where symbolism thrives in modern society is in advertising and branding. Companies use logos, slogans, and visual cues as symbolic representations of their products and values. For example, the Nike swoosh is more than just a logo. It symbolizes speed, performance, and empowerment, instantly evoking feelings of motivation and success. Similarly, Coca-Cola's red and white colors are symbolic of refreshment, happiness, and tradition, creating an emotional connection with consumers. In a world flooded with information, these symbols cut through the noise, allowing brands to communicate their essence quickly and effectively. In politics, symbolism plays a crucial role in shaping national identities and rallying people around causes. Flags, national anthems, and monuments are symbolic representations of a country's history, values, and collective memory. For example, the American flag represents freedom, unity, and patriotism, and its use in political movements or protests can invoke deep national sentiments. Likewise, Political symbols such as the peace sign or the raised fist have been adopted by social movements to symbolize resistance, equality, and solidarity. These symbols unite people around shared ideals and create a visual shorthand that communicates powerful political messages. The digital age has also amplified the impact of symbolism, especially through social media and technology. Emojis, memes, and viral symbols are now part of everyday communication, offering a quick way to convey emotions, opinions, and cultural references. A simple heart emoji can symbolize love, empathy, or support, while a hashtag can unite people around a specific cause or event. The speed and reach of digital platforms have made symbols even more pervasive, allowing them to evolve quickly and take on new meanings in real time. Moreover, symbolism continues to thrive in art and entertainment. Filmmakers, musicians, and visual artists use symbols to add depth and layers of meaning to their works. Movies like The Matrix or Inception are rich with symbols that challenge viewers to think about reality, identity, and consciousness. Similarly, in music, artists use symbolism to express political messages, personal struggles, or social commentary. Symbolic imagery in contemporary art allows individuals to explore complex issues such as identity, alienation, and global crises in a way that engages both the intellect and the emotions. Ultimately, the influence of symbolism in modern society is undeniable. Whether through advertising, politics, or culture, symbols help shape our perceptions, beliefs, and values. They provide a means of communication that resonates deeply within us, offering a shared language for understanding both our individual experiences and our collective existence. In a world where meaning often feels fragmented and fleeting, symbolism serves as a powerful tool for connection and expression, helping us navigate the complexities of modern life. Chapter 2: The Language of Symbols. The language of symbols is a rich and intricate system that transcends spoken or written language, offering a means to communicate deeper meanings and abstract concepts. Unlike traditional language, which relies on direct verbal or written expression, symbols function as visual shorthand that can evoke complex ideas, emotions, and philosophies with a single image or gesture. This symbolic language speaks to the subconscious mind, often bypassing the intellect to tap into universal human experiences and archetypes. As a result, symbols have the power to create connections across cultures, time periods, and individual consciousnesses, making them a fundamental part of human communication. At its core, the language of symbols relies on the idea that one thing can stand in for something else. In this way, a symbol is much more than its physical form. It represents an idea, concept, or value that is understood on a deeper level. For example, a dove is not just a bird. It is often a symbol of peace, purity, and hope. This dual meaning, both literal and figurative, allows symbols to convey complex messages that would be difficult to articulate through words alone. It is this ability to carry multiple layers of meaning that makes symbols so effective in expressing the nuances of human experience. The language of symbols is deeply rooted in both personal and collective consciousness. On an individual level, people associate specific symbols with personal experiences, memories, and emotions. A particular flower might remind someone of a loved one, or a specific song lyric might evoke a sense of nostalgia. These personal associations give symbols emotional depth, allowing them to connect individuals to their inner worlds. On a collective level, however, symbols often tap into shared cultural or societal meanings. For instance, the swastika once symbolized good fortune in ancient cultures, but became a symbol of hate and oppression during the 20th century. In this way, symbols can evolve over time, changing their meanings depending on cultural contexts and historical events. Symbols also draw upon archetypes, universal symbols and themes that are embedded in the collective unconscious. Carl Jung, a prominent psychologist, suggested that these archetypes are innate, deeply ingrained patterns of thought and behavior that exist across all cultures and eras. For example, The hero's journey is an archetypal narrative found in myths, folklore, and religions worldwide. Similarly, symbols like the circle, the serpent, or the tree have universal meanings that speak to the shared experiences of humanity. These archetypal symbols are especially powerful because they resonate on a subconscious level, evoking emotions and ideas that transcend the surface-level meaning of the symbol itself. In modern times, the language of symbols remains relevant across various fields such as religion, politics, art, and advertising. Whether in religious iconography, national flags, corporate logos, or even social media emojis, symbols continue to serve as a vital means of communication. Through their ability to represent complex ideas succinctly and universally, symbols help bridge the gap between the conscious and unconscious, the personal and the collective, offering a powerful tool for expression and understanding. Ultimately, the language of symbols is an essential part of the human experience, allowing individuals to communicate and connect on a deeper, more intuitive level. Understanding symbols and their meanings. Understanding symbols and their meanings involves recognizing the way they transcend their physical form to represent abstract concepts, emotions, and deeper truths about the human experience. A symbol is not merely an object, image, or gesture in isolation. It carries layers of meaning that extend beyond its immediate visible attributes. By tapping into cultural, psychological, and spiritual contexts, symbols allow individuals to communicate complex ideas that may be difficult to express through conventional language. To understand a symbol fully, one must consider its historical, cultural, and personal significance. Symbols are powerful because they evoke meaning on multiple levels. At the surface level, a symbol may represent something concrete. For instance, a red rose is often associated with love, while a dove may symbolize peace. However, its meaning goes beyond this surface level. The rose, in its symbolism of love, might also embody ideas of beauty, fragility, and passion, while the dove can carry deeper meanings related to hope, purity, or the divine. Understanding a symbol, then, requires a deeper engagement with its cultural and emotional resonance. The meanings of symbols can vary across cultures and time periods. A symbol that is understood in one way in one culture may take on entirely different meanings in another. For example, the color white is often associated with purity and innocence in Western cultures, but in some Eastern traditions, it can symbolize mourning or death. This cultural variability highlights the importance of context in interpreting symbols. To understand a symbol's full meaning, one must not only look at its visual or material form, but also consider the cultural or historical context in which it exists. In addition to cultural and historical factors, personal experiences play a crucial role in how symbols are understood. An individual might associate a particular symbol with a specific memory or feeling, giving that symbol a deeply personal meaning. For example, a family crest might symbolize heritage and tradition for one person, while for another, it could evoke a sense of pride or nostalgia. These personal associations make symbols highly subjective and allow them to carry unique significance for each individual. The process of understanding symbols is also rooted in the concept of archetypes, as described by Carl Jung. Archetypes are universal, primordial symbols embedded in the collective unconscious, such as the hero, the shadow, the mother, and the journey. These archetypal symbols appear across myths, literature, and religious traditions, representing shared human experiences and themes that resonate across cultures and generations. Recognizing these archetypes in symbols helps unlock deeper meanings and connections within a symbolic representation. Ultimately, understanding symbols and their meanings requires an awareness of both their universal and unique aspects. Symbols speak to our shared human consciousness and emotions, offering a language that allows us to communicate ideas that words alone cannot express. By considering cultural, historical, personal, and psychological contexts, we can begin to decode the rich layers of meaning embedded within symbols and gain a deeper understanding of the world around us. Archetypal symbols and their universality. Archetypal symbols are deeply ingrained in the collective unconscious and represent universal themes and experiences shared across cultures, times, and individuals. These symbols transcend geographic and cultural boundaries, appearing in myths, dreams, stories, and religious traditions worldwide. Carl Jung, a prominent psychologist, coined the term archetype to describe these primordial, symbolic images and patterns that emerge from the deep recesses of the human psyche. He believed that these archetypes are inherited, instinctual, and universally present in all human beings, forming a collective psychological heritage. At the core of archetypal symbols is their ability to represent fundamental aspects of the human experience. These symbols are not confined to a specific time or place. Rather, they carry meanings that speak to core themes of life, death, rebirth, love, conflict, and transformation. For example, the hero archetype, found in countless myths and stories, symbolizes the journey of self-discovery, courage, and overcoming adversity. The hero's journey, beginning with a call to adventure, encountering trials, and ultimately returning transformed, is a narrative structure that resonates universally, from ancient mythologies like those of Hercules to modern stories like The Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. Another well-known archetype is the shadow, which represents the darker, repressed aspects of the self. The shadow symbolizes internal conflict, the parts of the psyche that individuals often deny or suppress. This archetype appears in various forms, from the villain in mythology and literature to the shadowy figures that emerge in dreams. Jung believed that integrating the shadow into one's conscious awareness was crucial for personal growth and individuation, the process of becoming the person one is meant to be. Archetypes also manifest through symbols of nature, such as water, the tree, and the serpent, each carrying deeply rooted meanings. Water, for instance, is often associated with the unconscious, emotions, and purification, appearing in the form of rivers or oceans in countless myths. The tree symbolizes life, growth, and connection, often acting as a link between the heavens and the earth. The serpent, frequently viewed as a symbol of both destruction and renewal, embodies transformation and regeneration, shedding its skin to symbolize rebirth. These archetypal symbols resonate because they reflect the shared experiences, challenges, and emotional landscapes of all people. They tap into universal human instincts and desires, representing core human truths that transcend individual experiences. Whether seen in the myths of ancient Greece, the religious texts of the Bible, or modern cinema, archetypal symbols continue to shape the way we understand ourselves, our relationships, and our place in the world. In a world marked by diverse cultures and belief systems, archetypal symbols remain a common thread that connects humanity. They are the language of the unconscious, speaking to the deepest parts of our psyche and linking us to the timeless, universal themes that define the human condition. Through these symbols, we find not only meaning, but a sense of shared experience that unites us across space and time. The power of visual language. The power of visual language lies in its ability to convey complex ideas, emotions, and messages instantly, transcending the limitations of spoken or written words. Visual symbols, whether in the form of images, colors, or design elements, communicate on a level that is deeply intuitive, often bypassing the conscious mind to engage with the subconscious. This makes visual language incredibly effective in capturing attention, evoking emotions, and creating connections between individuals and the world around them. The immediacy of visual communication is one of the reasons why it is so widely used across various fields, from art and advertising to social media and politics. One of the key aspects of visual language is its ability to distill intricate concepts into simple, digestible forms. A single image or symbol can convey a message that might otherwise require lengthy explanations. For example, a red traffic light universally signals stop, while a logo like the Apple symbol instantly communicates notions of innovation, technology, and sleek design. The power of these visuals is that they don't require much interpretation. They evoke an immediate understanding that is shared across a wide audience. This simplicity allows visual language to break through cultural and linguistic barriers, making it a universal method of communication. Visual language also taps into the emotional and psychological aspects of human experience. Colors, shapes, and images can trigger strong emotional responses and influence our perceptions and behaviors. For instance, the color red is often associated with passion, danger, or urgency, while blue tends to evoke feelings of calmness and trustworthiness. Artists and marketers are keenly aware of these associations and use them strategically to evoke specific reactions in their audiences. A well-designed advertisement, for example, may use visual cues to create a sense of excitement or urgency, compelling the viewer to take action. In art and design, visual language is a primary means of conveying meaning and expressing ideas. From the symbolism in a Renaissance painting to the minimalist design of modern architecture, visual language allows creators to communicate abstract concepts and emotions that might be difficult to express through words alone. The visual language of art is often more direct and visceral, offering an immediate connection to the viewer's own experiences and perceptions. Moreover, in the digital age, visual language has become even more potent with the rise of social media and online platforms. Memes, emojis, and GIFs are prime examples of how visual elements have evolved to express complex emotions, humor, or social commentary in a fraction of a second. The rapid spread of these visual forms is a testament to their power in influencing culture and communication, demonstrating the immense reach and impact of visual language in today's world. Ultimately, the power of visual language lies in its ability to transcend the constraints of verbal communication, offering a direct, intuitive, and emotionally resonant way of understanding and interacting with the world. Whether through art, advertising, or social media, visual language continues to shape how we perceive and relate to our surroundings, making it an indispensable tool in human communication. Symbols in religion and spirituality. Symbols in religion and spirituality are powerful tools that connect the material world to the divine, offering a means for humans to express faith, explore the mysteries of existence, and communicate the ineffable aspects of spiritual experience. From ancient times to the present, religious symbols have played an essential role in rituals, beliefs, and the collective identity of religious communities. These symbols often represent abstract concepts such as divinity, morality, transcendence, and the nature of life and death. In their visual form, they convey meanings that can evoke deep emotional and spiritual responses, facilitating connection to higher realms or deeper truths. One of the most significant aspects of religious symbolism is its ability to transcend the limitations of language. While words are confined to specific definitions, symbols hold a multiplicity of meanings and resonate on different levels of understanding. For example, the Christian cross is not only a symbol of Christ's sacrifice, but also represents salvation, redemption, and divine love. Similarly, in Hinduism, the Om symbol conveys the essence of the universe, the divine sound, and the interconnectedness of all existence. These symbols are not just decorative. They embody profound spiritual truths that can be experienced and internalized by believers in a way that goes beyond intellectual comprehension. Religious symbols also play an important role in rituals and worship. In Christianity, the Eucharist and the act of communion use symbolic elements, bread and wine, to represent the body and blood of Christ, thus deepening the connection between the believer and the divine. In Islam, the crescent moon and star symbolize the faith and its guiding principles, while the Kaaba in Mecca serves as a focal point for prayer, uniting Muslims worldwide in a shared spiritual practice. In Buddhism, the lotus flower symbolizes purity and enlightenment, emerging from the murky waters to represent spiritual awakening. Beyond their specific religious contexts, symbols often reflect the universal themes of life, death, and rebirth. The Ankh in ancient Egyptian culture symbolized eternal life, while in many spiritual traditions, the circle represents wholeness, unity, and the cyclical nature of existence. These archetypal symbols, with their roots in religious thought, transcend specific faiths and speak to the human condition as a whole, offering insight into our shared experiences of existence. Moreover, symbols in religion and spirituality create a sense of belonging and identity within a community. They serve as markers of faith, offering both a personal connection to the divine and a collective experience of worship and belief. Whether through the Star of David in Judaism, the crescent and star in Islam, or the mandala in Tibetan Buddhism, these symbols help individuals connect with a broader spiritual tradition, grounding their beliefs in a shared system of meaning. Ultimately, symbols in religion and spirituality offer a visual and emotional language through which believers can experience the sacred and communicate with the divine. They provide access to deeper levels of understanding, embodying the mysteries of existence, and offering a tangible connection to the transcendent. In doing so, they continue to be essential in shaping religious practice and spiritual experience across cultures and throughout history. Interpreting symbols across different cultures. Interpreting symbols across different cultures reveals the richness and diversity of human thought, yet it also highlights the common threads that connect humanity. Symbols are not fixed in meaning. They are shaped by cultural, historical, and social contexts, which is why their interpretation can vary widely from one culture to another. Despite these differences, many symbols share universal themes, such as life, death, love, and transformation, which transcend cultural boundaries and reflect shared aspects of the human experience. For instance, the serpent is a potent symbol found in many cultures, but carries different meanings depending on the context. In Western cultures, particularly in Christianity, the serpent is often associated with temptation, evil, and sin, as seen in the biblical story of Adam and Eve. However, in many ancient cultures, the serpent is a symbol of transformation, healing, and rebirth. In ancient Greek mythology, the serpent represented wisdom and was associated with Asclepius, the god of healing. Similarly, in Hinduism, the serpent, or naga, is a symbol of spiritual awakening, linked to the kundalini energy that lies dormant at the base of the spine. These contrasting interpretations show how symbols, even when they appear in multiple cultures, are deeply influenced by their specific religious and cultural contexts. Similarly, colors are imbued with different meanings depending on the culture. In Western cultures, white is typically associated with purity, innocence, and weddings, but in some Asian cultures, particularly in China and Japan, it symbolizes mourning and death. Red, on the other hand, is often seen as a color of danger or warning in many Western contexts, while in Chinese culture, it symbolizes good luck, prosperity, and celebration. The way colors are understood varies according to the values, traditions, and beliefs of each society, showing how symbolism is not universal but culturally specific. Animals, too, carry different symbolic meanings depending on cultural beliefs. The lion is a symbol of strength, power, and courage in many cultures, including European and African traditions. Yet in some Asian cultures, the lion's symbolic power is tied to protection, as seen in the use of lion statues to guard temples or homes. Similarly, the owl is seen as a symbol of wisdom in many Western traditions, but in some Native American cultures, it is associated with death or the spirit world. These variations reflect the ways in which cultural narratives shape the meanings of symbols and their roles in everyday life. Understanding how symbols are interpreted across different cultures requires an appreciation of the specific contexts in which they are used. Symbols act as a reflection of the collective consciousness, rooted in the values, fears, aspirations, and experiences of a particular people. While their meanings may differ, symbols provide a powerful insight into the ways in which different societies understand the world, construct meaning, and communicate shared beliefs. In recognizing these cultural differences, we are reminded of both the diversity of human expression and the commonalities that unite us across time and space. Chapter 3: Mysticism and Symbolism. Mysticism and symbolism are deeply intertwined, with symbols acting as gateways to mystical experiences, and mysticism providing the context in which symbols acquire their most profound meanings. Mysticism, at its core, is the pursuit of direct, experiential knowledge of the divine or transcendent reality. It is often described as a state of heightened awareness or communion with a higher power that goes beyond ordinary perception. For mystics, the physical world is not merely a material reality, but a reflection of deeper spiritual truths. In this context, symbols serve as bridges between the material and spiritual realms, offering a means to understand and connect with the ineffable. The use of symbols in mysticism is based on the understanding that reality is layered and multifaceted. Mystical experiences often involve moments of profound insight, where the ordinary world is seen as a manifestation of divine principles or energies. In these moments, symbols can act as keys to unlock deeper spiritual truths. For example, the symbol of the circle is frequently used in mystical traditions to represent wholeness, unity, and the cyclical nature of life and death. In many spiritual practices, the circle is seen as a perfect shape, a symbol of the divine order that transcends time and space. For mystics, drawing a circle, either in meditation or ritual, can be a way of aligning oneself with these divine forces. In many mystical traditions, symbols are used to convey ideas that are difficult to articulate with language. The ineffable nature of mystical experiences means that words often fall short in expressing the depth of these encounters. Symbols, on the other hand, have a unique ability to bypass the limitations of language and communicate directly to the subconscious mind. The cross in Christianity, for instance, is not just a religious emblem, but a symbol of the mystical union between the divine and human. It represents the paradox of life and death, suffering and redemption, offering a way for believers to connect with the central mystery of their faith. Similarly, in Sufism, the symbol of the rose often represents the beauty of the divine, and its many petals reflect the multiple layers of meaning within the spiritual journey. Mysticism also emphasizes the personal nature of the symbol. In this realm, symbols are not merely universal representations, but also deeply personal and intimate to the mystic's journey. A symbol may have a unique meaning for each individual, depending on their spiritual path and experiences. For instance, a particular image or object may take on personal significance for someone seeking enlightenment, representing a stage of their spiritual development or an aspect of their divine nature. This personal connection with symbols is one of the reasons why mysticism and symbolism are so closely linked. The symbols are not only vehicles of universal truths, but also personal tools for spiritual exploration. In the end, mysticism and symbolism work hand in hand to provide a deeper understanding of the mysteries of existence. Symbols give form to the formless, offering a way to articulate the ineffable, while mysticism seeks to experience the hidden truths that symbols point to. Together, they form a dynamic relationship where symbols are both the means and the message of the mystical journey, guiding individuals toward greater spiritual awareness and communion with the divine. Defining mysticism. Mysticism is a spiritual practice or experience that involves seeking direct communion with the divine, ultimate reality, or a higher state of consciousness beyond ordinary perception. Rooted in the quest for inner truth, mysticism is not confined to any single religion, but is a universal phenomenon that appears in various forms across many spiritual traditions. While the paths to mysticism may differ, the essence of the mystical experience is the direct, personal encounter with the transcendent, where the individual feels a sense of unity with the divine or the cosmos, transcending the ego and ordinary reality. At its core, mysticism is about a deep, experiential knowing that cannot always be captured by language or rational thought. Mystics often speak of an ineffable experience that is felt deeply in the soul, something beyond words and concepts. It is a state of consciousness where the boundaries between the self and the divine blur, and the individual feels connected to all of existence. This connection is typically described as a profound sense of peace, joy, love, and understanding that surpasses ordinary human experiences. Throughout history, mystics have sought to cultivate this direct experience of the divine through various practices, such as meditation, contemplation, fasting, prayer, and even ecstatic rituals. The goal is not just intellectual understanding, but a direct personal union with the divine or the underlying truth of existence. This mystical union often leads to feelings of enlightenment or awakening, where the individual gains insight into the nature of reality, the self, and the universe. Mysticism is deeply tied to the idea of transcending the material world and entering a higher state of consciousness. Mystics often view the material world as an illusion or a veil that obscures the deeper spiritual truths beneath. In this view, the true nature of reality is not what is seen with the physical senses, but is instead understood through an inner awakening that transcends the limitations of ordinary perception. This awakening leads to a greater sense of purpose, spiritual clarity, and an expanded understanding of one's place in the universe. The experiences of mysticism are often described in terms of paradoxes: union and separation, light and darkness, silence and sound. These dualities express the ineffable nature of mystical experiences, where opposites coexist and merge. As such, mysticism does not rely on dogma or doctrines, but on the direct experience of the sacred, which is unique to each individual but universally shared across different traditions. In conclusion, mysticism is an intimate and personal exploration of the divine, focused on direct, transformative experiences that transcend conventional understanding. It offers a way to connect with deeper spiritual truths, enabling individuals to awaken to the divine presence within and in the world around them. Through mysticism, individuals seek not just knowledge, but an experience of profound union with the sacred and the realization of their true nature. The intersection of mysticism and symbolism. The intersection of mysticism and symbolism is a profound and essential aspect of the spiritual journey, as symbols serve as vehicles to express and experience mystical truths that are beyond the grasp of ordinary language and logic. Mysticism, by its very nature, seeks to explore and experience realities that cannot be fully articulated through the intellectual mind. It is concerned with transcending the material world and encountering a deeper, often ineffable spiritual truth. Symbols, in turn, become the bridge between the unseen, inner experiences of the mystic and the outer world. Through symbols, the mystic is able to engage with and communicate the essence of their direct encounters with the divine or the transcendent. In mystical traditions across the world, symbols are used to represent spiritual concepts that cannot be fully comprehended by the rational mind. For example, the use of light as a symbol in many religious and mystical traditions represents divine knowledge or illumination. Light, as an abstract concept, becomes a tangible symbol through which mystics may experience the illumination of the soul or the mind's union with the divine. In Christianity, the light of Christ is seen as the revelation of divine truth. In Hinduism, the light is associated with the ultimate reality, Brahman. For the mystic, light is not just a metaphor, but a direct experience of spiritual awakening. The symbol of the circle also holds great significance in mystical practices. In many spiritual traditions, the circle symbolizes wholeness, unity, and eternity, representing the infinite and unbroken nature of the divine. The mystic may experience a sense of divine completeness or eternal presence when meditating on the circle, and it becomes a representation of their journey towards spiritual enlightenment. Similarly, symbols like the spiral, the tree, or the labyrinth can all act as representations of spiritual paths, emphasizing the cyclical, ever-evolving nature of the soul's progression toward union with the divine. One of the primary roles of symbolism in mysticism is its ability to point toward the ineffable. Mystical experiences often involve encounters with truths that cannot be articulated through rational thought or even ordinary speech. In these moments, the mystic may turn to symbols to express what cannot be fully explained. This is where symbols function as a language of the soul, offering a means of representing the invisible and the transcendent. The symbolic language of mysticism invites the practitioner into deeper communion with the divine, enabling them to internalize sacred truths and cultivate a personal experience of spirituality. The intersection of mysticism and symbolism is thus a deeply transformative process. Through symbols, the mystic is able to engage with divine realities in a way that transcends the limitations of words and thoughts. They become a key to unlocking the mystical experience, providing the seeker with a means to understand, integrate, and communicate the truths revealed through direct spiritual encounters. The symbolic language of mysticism, rich with layers of meaning, is central to the mystic's journey and their relationship with the sacred. Mystical traditions and symbolic representations. Mystical traditions across the world have consistently used symbolic representations as key instruments to express and understand divine truths, transcendent experiences, and the mysteries of existence. These symbols serve not only as guides to higher knowledge, but also as portals that facilitate deeper spiritual connections. Each mystical tradition has developed its own unique set of symbols, yet many share universal themes that reflect the common quest for inner awakening, unity with the divine, and an understanding of the hidden dimensions of reality. In the Christian mystical tradition, the cross holds profound symbolic significance, representing both the sacrifice of Christ and the transformative power of resurrection. For Christian mystics, the cross symbolizes the union between the divine and the human, the suffering and redemption inherent in the path towards spiritual enlightenment. The cross is not just a physical object, but a spiritual representation of the deep mysteries of faith. Mystics such as St. John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila spoke of the dark night of the soul, a symbolic journey through suffering and purification that leads to union with God. Here, the symbolism of the cross becomes an internal experience, reflecting the soul's spiritual trials and ultimate transcendence. In Sufism, the Islamic mystical tradition, the symbol of the circle is central, representing unity, eternity, and the infinite nature of God. The Sufi practice of whirling dervishes also uses the circular motion as a symbol of divine love and the soul's journey toward God. As the dervishes spin, they surrender their individual egos, merging into the unity of divine consciousness. The symbolism of the circle in Sufism, along with other symbols like the rose, represents the unfolding of divine beauty and the journey of the soul toward its ultimate source. The rose is a symbol of divine beauty and spiritual transformation, representing the mystic's path of love and devotion to God. In Hinduism, the lotus flower is a potent symbol of spiritual growth, purity, and enlightenment. The lotus, which grows in muddy waters and emerges above the surface as a beautiful bloom, represents the soul's journey from ignorance to wisdom. The unfolding petals of the lotus symbolize the expansion of spiritual consciousness, a process through which the individual transcends the limitations of the material world and awakens to a higher spiritual reality. This symbolism is echoed in the concept of Kundalini, the dormant spiritual energy believed to reside at the base of the spine, which, when awakened, ascends through the chakras, leading to self-realization and union with the divine. Similarly, in Buddhism, the mandala serves as a symbolic representation of the universe, illustrating the interconnectedness of all things. Mandalas are used in meditation to represent the cosmos, and by contemplating or creating these geometric designs, practitioners align themselves with the order of the universe and experience a sense of unity with the divine. In each of these mystical traditions, symbolic representations are more than just metaphors. They are integral to the mystical path, providing both a structure for understanding the divine and a means of experiencing the transformative power of spiritual knowledge. These symbols guide the practitioner on their journey, pointing beyond the material world to the deeper truths that lie hidden beneath the surface of everyday reality. Through symbols, the mystic finds the means to express, understand, and ultimately experience the divine presence that pervades all of existence. Exploring mysticism through art. Art has long been a powerful vehicle for exploring mysticism, offering a tangible way to express spiritual experiences and encounters with the divine that might otherwise be ineffable. Throughout history, artists have sought to convey the transcendental and mystical dimensions of life through visual, auditory, and sometimes performative means. In this pursuit, mysticism and art intersect, allowing both the creator and the observer to delve into spiritual realms that elude ordinary perception. The connection between mysticism and art lies in their shared aim to transcend the limits of the material world, offering a glimpse into a deeper, often hidden reality. In many mystical traditions, art functions as a means of channeling spiritual energy and unlocking inner states of consciousness. For example, in the Christian tradition, iconography was used not only as a means of religious instruction, but also as a tool for communion with the divine. Icons, particularly in Eastern Orthodox Christianity, are believed to be windows to the divine, with their symbolism and visual language offering believers a way to spiritually enter the sacred world. The act of contemplating an icon is seen as a form of meditation, where the observer is drawn into a mystical experience that connects them to the divine presence represented in the image. The same applies to the intricate designs in Islamic art, where the abstraction of geometric patterns and calligraphy serves to move the mind away from the physical world and towards the contemplation of the infinite, reflecting the transcendent nature of God. In the Renaissance and Baroque periods, many artists, such as Caravaggio, Michelangelo, and Raphael, infused their works with spiritual and mystical themes, often illustrating key moments of divine revelation or human transformation. The vivid portrayal of religious scenes was not just a way to represent religious events, but was meant to evoke a mystical connection with the divine. Caravaggio's use of light and shadow, for instance, was a visual metaphor for spiritual illumination, where the light in his paintings represents the presence of the divine breaking through the darkness of the human condition. For these artists, the act of painting became an expression of spiritual devotion and a way to share the experience of divine revelation. In modern art, mysticism has continued to inspire many artists, particularly during movements such as surrealism, abstract expressionism, and symbolism. Artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Piet Mondrian explored the relationship between color, form, and spiritual expression. Kandinsky, in particular, believed that art could reach a spiritual realm through abstraction, using shapes and colors to evoke deep emotional responses that transcended material reality. His work was rooted in the belief that the universe was governed by spiritual laws, and through his art, he aimed to express the underlying spiritual forces at play. Likewise, in contemporary art, the exploration of mysticism often intersects with the pursuit of inner knowledge and the representation of altered states of consciousness. Many modern artists, influenced by the mystical traditions of the East and West, use abstract forms and symbolic imagery to express their personal spiritual journeys. These works invite the viewer to look beyond the surface and engage with the deeper spiritual truths that lie beneath. Ultimately, the connection between mysticism and art lies in the ability of art to serve as a mirror to the soul, allowing individuals to explore their inner spiritual landscapes and connect with the unseen. Whether through religious icons, abstract paintings, or surrealist dreams, art remains a powerful means of expressing the profound, transformative experiences that mystics seek to understand and communicate. Through art, mysticism becomes not just an individual experience, but a universal language that transcends time, culture, and belief systems. Symbols as keys to mystical knowledge. Symbols have long been regarded as keys to mystical knowledge, acting as portals that lead beyond the visible world and into the deeper, often hidden realms of spiritual truth. In many mystical traditions, symbols are not merely decorative or arbitrary representations, but are seen as potent tools capable of unlocking the mysteries of existence. These symbols provide a way for the practitioner to access higher states of consciousness, facilitating spiritual growth and enlightenment. Through symbols, Mystics are able to move beyond the limitations of rational thought and engage with profound, transformative experiences that transcend ordinary perception. The concept of symbols as keys to mystical knowledge stems from the idea that reality is multi-layered, with spiritual truths existing beneath the surface of the material world. Mystical experiences often involve a deep sense of connection to something greater than oneself, an awareness of divine presence, unity, or universal truths. However, these experiences are difficult to express in ordinary language, as they surpass the limitations of verbal or intellectual communication. Symbols, with their ability to resonate on an emotional, subconscious, and spiritual level, provide a means of conveying these transcendent experiences in ways that words cannot. They allow mystics to explore and articulate aspects of their spiritual journeys that would otherwise remain ineffable. In many traditions, sacred symbols are believed to embody the essence of spiritual wisdom. For example, in alchemy, the philosopher's stone is a symbol of spiritual transformation, representing the process of inner purification and the attainment of divine knowledge. The symbol of the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail, signifies the cyclical nature of existence and the continuous process of creation and destruction. In this context, these symbols are not just abstract representations, but are viewed as embodiments of the mystical principles that govern the universe. They provide the seeker with guidance on the spiritual path and act as reminders of the deeper realities that lie beyond the material world. Similarly, in Eastern traditions such as Hinduism and Buddhism, symbols like the lotus flower and the mandala are used as tools for meditation and spiritual awakening. The lotus, emerging from the muddy waters of the material world to bloom in purity, symbolizes the soul's journey toward enlightenment. The mandala, with its intricate geometric patterns, represents the universe and serves as a meditative focal point that facilitates the alignment of the practitioner with the divine. These symbols are not merely decorative, but serve as keys to unlocking higher states of awareness, helping the individual reconnect with their true spiritual nature. In Western mystical traditions, such as Kabbalah and the Hermetic tradition, symbols also play a central role. The tree of life in Kabbalah, with its interconnected spheres and pathways, symbolizes the structure of the cosmos and the spiritual journey of the soul. It provides a map for understanding the hidden forces that govern both the material and spiritual worlds. For mystics within these traditions, the study of these symbols is an essential part of the process of awakening to divine knowledge and understanding the mysteries of existence. Ultimately, symbols serve as bridges between the material world and the spiritual realms, guiding the mystic toward deeper understanding and greater spiritual awareness. They are not mere representations, but are, in many ways, active agents that reveal hidden knowledge and wisdom. Through their use, mystics can transcend ordinary experience and enter into direct communion with the divine, unlocking the profound secrets of the universe. Chapter 4: Ancient Symbols and Their Meanings. Ancient symbols have long served as powerful representations of spiritual truths, cultural beliefs, and the mysteries of existence. Across civilizations, from the Egyptian and Mesopotamian to the Greek and Native American traditions, symbols were utilized not just for decorative purposes, but to convey deep meanings that transcended ordinary life. These symbols acted as vehicles for understanding the cosmos, guiding individuals on their spiritual journeys, and connecting them to a higher realm of consciousness or divine presence. In many ways, ancient symbols can still be interpreted today as keys to understanding both the spiritual and material dimensions of existence. One of the most well-known ancient symbols is the Ankh from ancient Egypt. This cross-like symbol, with a loop at the top, represents eternal life and divine protection. In Egyptian mythology, the Ankh was a symbol of immortality, associated with the gods and the afterlife. It was often depicted in the hands of deities, signifying their ability to bestow life and protection. The Ankh's design, a cross with a loop, also symbolized the union of opposites, the earthly and the divine, the masculine and the feminine, the finite and the infinite. For the Egyptians, this symbol was a reminder of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, a concept deeply ingrained in their spiritual worldview. Similarly, the Eye of Horus, another Egyptian symbol, was associated with protection, healing, and royal power. Representing the god Horus's eye, which was said to have been injured in battle and healed by his father, Osiris, the symbol was believed to offer spiritual protection and safeguard the wearer from evil. Its connection to healing made it a potent symbol of wholeness and restoration, as it represented the idea of overcoming adversity and the ability to regain balance after a spiritual or physical wound. The Eye of Horus was often used in amulets and talismans, reinforcing its protective and healing properties. In Greek mythology, the labyrinth holds significant symbolic meaning. Most famously associated with the myth of the Minotaur, the labyrinth represents the journey of the soul through the twists and turns of life. It symbolizes the challenges, trials, and the potential for transformation that comes through navigating the complex and often confusing paths of existence. The labyrinth, when viewed as a spiritual metaphor, reflects the journey inward, the process of self-discovery, confronting one's inner darkness, and ultimately finding enlightenment at the center. Native American cultures also employed powerful symbols to reflect their spiritual beliefs. The dream catcher, a symbol used by various tribes, is meant to filter out negative dreams and energies, allowing only positive dreams to reach the sleeper. Its intricate web design symbolizes the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds, offering protection and guidance during the dream state. The medicine wheel, another widely recognized symbol, represents balance and harmony in all aspects of life: spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional. Each of the wheel's 4 directions corresponds to a different season, element, and stage of life, reflecting the cyclical nature of existence. Across these diverse cultures, ancient symbols were not simply representations of ideas, but were imbued with spiritual and mystical power. They offered guidance, protection, and a means to understand the deeper forces at play in both the natural and spiritual worlds. In a world where language and writing were often limited, these symbols allowed ancient people to communicate profound truths and spiritual knowledge. Their meanings have persisted through the centuries, continuing to inspire and resonate with those who seek to understand the hidden dimensions of reality. Through these symbols, the ancient world left a lasting legacy, one that continues to inform our understanding of the mystical and spiritual realms. Egyptian symbolism and iconography. Egyptian symbolism and iconography are among the most intricate and enduring elements of ancient civilization, deeply intertwined with the spiritual, religious, and cultural life of the Egyptians. Symbols played a vital role in expressing their understanding of the universe, the divine, and the afterlife. These symbols were not mere representations, but were believed to carry divine power, and often served as tools to protect, heal, or transform. For the ancient Egyptians, symbols were the language of the gods, used to communicate the profound mysteries of existence and the workings of the cosmos. One of the most iconic symbols in Egyptian culture is the Ankh, often referred to as the key of life. It symbolizes eternal life and immortality and was closely associated with the gods and goddesses. Depicted as a cross with a loop at the top, the Ankh represents the union of opposites, such as life and death, the masculine and feminine, and the earthly and divine. It is commonly seen in the hands of deities in Egyptian art, signaling their ability to grant life. In funerary contexts, the Ankh was believed to be essential in the afterlife, offering the deceased eternal life and protection from the forces of chaos. The Eye of Horus is another prominent symbol that embodies protection, healing, and royal authority. According to Egyptian mythology, the eye represented the sun and the moon, and it was believed to hold great power, capable of warding off evil. The Eye of Horus is often depicted as a human eye with distinctive markings, and it was frequently used in amulets or jewelry to safeguard the wearer. The symbol also represents the idea of wholeness and healing, as the myth surrounding Horus's eye involves it being damaged and later restored by his father, Osiris, symbolizing the restoration of balance and harmony. The scarabaeus, or scarab beetle, was a symbol of transformation and regeneration. The beetle, which rolls a ball of dung, was seen as a metaphor for the sun's journey across the sky, rolling through the heavens. The scarab's connection to the sun god Ra made it a powerful symbol of rebirth and resurrection, both in the natural world and in the afterlife. Scarab amulets were common in burial practices, intended to protect the soul and assist in the transformation of the deceased during their journey to the afterlife. The Ejed pillar, another important symbol, represents stability, support, and endurance. Often associated with the god Osiris, the Jed is linked to the idea of resurrection and rebirth, symbolizing the eternal strength of the divine and the stability of life itself. It was a symbol of the backbone, and in this context, was thought to provide the spiritual strength necessary for the deceased to reach the afterlife. In Egyptian art, the use of these symbols was more than aesthetic. It was a form of sacred communication. The position of figures, the color choices, and the objects depicted all had symbolic significance, offering a visual language that conveyed the religious and spiritual beliefs of the culture. Egyptian iconography, whether in tomb paintings, temples, or jewelry, was intended to maintain cosmic order, Mat, and ensure the continued favor of the gods. These symbols, many of which have transcended time, continue to fascinate and inspire, as they offer a window into the spiritual life of ancient Egypt, revealing the complex relationships between the material and spiritual worlds. Greek and Roman symbols. Greek and Roman civilizations, with their rich cultural and spiritual histories, developed an extensive array of symbols that reflected their beliefs, values, and connection to the divine. These symbols were central to the understanding of their gods, rituals, and the forces of nature. While Greek and Roman symbolism often overlaps due to the cultural exchange between the two civilizations, each society imbued its symbols with specific meanings tied to their unique mythologies and religious practices. One of the most iconic symbols in Greek mythology is the laurel wreath, a symbol of honor, victory, and achievement. The laurel was sacred to the god Apollo, who was associated with prophecy, healing, and the arts. Victors in athletic games, military commanders, and poets were often crowned with laurel wreaths to signify their success and favor with the gods. In Roman society, the laurel wreath continued to be used as a symbol of military triumph and power. Roman emperors would wear laurel crowns as a representation of their authority and victory in battle, linking the symbol to divine favor and earthly power. The owl, associated with Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, represents knowledge, intellect, and insight. In ancient Greece, the owl was not just a symbol of Athena's wisdom, but also a symbol of protection and clarity, often seen on Athenian coins. The bird's nocturnal nature also lent it a connection to the mysteries of the night and the search for hidden truths. The owl later became an emblem of wisdom in Western culture, influenced by its association with the goddess and Greek philosophy. The caduceus, a staff entwined with two snakes and topped with wings, was an important symbol in both Greek and Roman culture, but its meaning evolved over time. Initially associated with the Greek god Hermes, or Mercury in Roman mythology, the caduceus symbolized communication, negotiation, and the crossing of boundaries. Hermes was the messenger of the gods, and the caduceus represented his role as a guide between the divine and mortal realms. Over time, it also became a symbol of medicine and healing, though this usage was influenced by later interpretations and associations with the staff of Asclepius, the god of medicine, which depicted only a single snake. In Roman iconography, the eagle was a powerful symbol of imperial strength and divine protection. The eagle was sacred to Jupiter, the king of the gods, and it was commonly used in Roman military standards, representing the might and authority of the Roman Empire. As a symbol of divine protection and victory, the eagle was also associated with the emperor's divine right to rule. The eagle's flight was seen as a connection between the earthly and divine realms, and its sharp vision symbolized the ability to see beyond the surface of reality, perceiving the truth and will of the gods. The fasces, a bundle of rods tied together with an axe, is another Roman symbol that represented power, authority, and unity. The fasces were carried by Roman lictors who accompanied magistrates, symbolizing their power to enforce laws and administer justice. The symbol of the fasces was later adopted by other governments, including during the fascist regime in Italy, further emphasizing its association with authority and governance. Greek and Roman symbols continue to hold deep meanings and resonate in modern culture. These ancient emblems not only represented power, wisdom, and victory, but also reflected the close relationship between the human and divine, the mortal and immortal. Through the study of these symbols, we gain insight into how the ancients viewed the world and how their symbols influenced the development of Western thought and culture. The power of sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is the study of geometric shapes, patterns, and structures that hold spiritual, metaphysical, and symbolic significance. Across various cultures and traditions, these shapes have been regarded as expressions of the underlying order and harmony of the universe. Sacred geometry is often seen as a language through which the divine communicates, representing the intricate blueprint of the cosmos. The belief is that by understanding and aligning with these geometric patterns, individuals can tap into deeper spiritual truths and connect with a higher level of consciousness. One of the most prominent examples of sacred geometry is the flower of life, a pattern made up of overlapping circles that form a symmetrical, flower-like shape. This pattern is found in ancient art, architecture, and spiritual practices around the world, from the Egyptian temples to the sacred sites of India. The flower of life symbolizes the interconnectedness of all life and the fundamental unity of the universe. It is seen as a visual representation of creation, as the pattern's geometry reflects the way in which life and energy unfold from a single point into the vast complexity of the world around us. Some believe that the flower of life contains the key to understanding the structure of the universe, with its symmetrical pattern representing the interconnectedness of all beings and phenomena. The golden ratio, or phi 1.618, is another critical aspect of sacred geometry that has fascinated philosophers, mathematicians, and artists for centuries. This ratio is found in the proportions of natural forms, such as the spiral of seashells, the arrangement of leaves on a stem, and the patterns of galaxies. The golden ratio is considered the epitome of aesthetic beauty and harmony, as it appears in many works of art, architecture, and even in the human body. In sacred geometry, it is believed that the golden ratio is a reflection of divine order, creating balance and symmetry in the natural world. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo consciously incorporated the golden ratio into their works, aiming to express both beauty and spiritual harmony. Another powerful symbol in sacred geometry is the Metatron's cube, a complex figure composed of 13 circles and lines connecting their centers. This geometric shape is considered a powerful symbol of divine energy and the flow of universal consciousness. It is said to contain all the fundamental shapes and patterns of creation, including the Platonic solids, which are the building blocks of the physical world. Metatron's cube is often used in meditation and spiritual practices to access higher realms of knowledge and enhance personal transformation. Sacred geometry also plays a significant role in the design of sacred spaces. Ancient temples, cathedrals, and pyramids were often constructed according to specific geometric principles, with the belief that these structures would create an alignment with cosmic energies. In many cultures, sacred sites were built to mirror the patterns found in nature, such as the circles of the solar system or the shape of the human body. These geometric patterns were thought to enhance spiritual connection, create harmony, and align the individual with the divine. Ultimately, the power of sacred geometry lies in its ability to transcend the material world and point to the deeper spiritual dimensions of existence. Through its intricate patterns, sacred geometry offers a glimpse into the divine blueprint that governs the universe, encouraging individuals to contemplate the unity, harmony, and order that underlie all life. Whether through the study of sacred symbols, the application of geometric principles in art and architecture, or the practice of meditation, sacred geometry serves as a powerful tool for spiritual awakening and a deeper understanding of the cosmic forces that shape our lives. Alchemical symbols and their hidden messages. Alchemical symbols have long been associated with the ancient practice of alchemy, a precursor to modern chemistry that sought the transformation of base materials into gold and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. Alchemists used a complex system of symbols to represent not only physical substances, but also the stages of inner transformation, spiritual purification, and the quest for divine wisdom. These symbols were often cryptic, intended to conceal their true meanings from the uninitiated, while conveying hidden messages to those with the knowledge to understand them. One of the most recognizable alchemical symbols is the philosopher's stone, often depicted as a red or gold stone or crystal. In alchemical tradition, the philosopher's stone is the ultimate symbol of spiritual and material transformation. It is said to possess the ability to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. But in alchemical practice, it also represents the goal of achieving spiritual enlightenment and the perfection of the soul. The stone is viewed as a symbol of wholeness, a substance that contains the potential for infinite creation and purification. This symbol represents the process of the alchemist's inner journey from ignorance and base desires to the attainment of wisdom and divine union. Another key symbol in alchemy is the Ouroboros, the serpent or dragon eating its own tail. This ancient symbol represents the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, embodying the idea of eternal renewal. The Ouroboros is a powerful representation of the alchemical process, where destruction and creation are intertwined. In alchemical thought, the Ouroboros signifies the endless cycle of transformation, whether through the purification of the self, the transmutation of matter, or the process of spiritual ascension. The image of the snake devouring itself also symbolizes the unity of opposites, the merging of the conscious and unconscious, and the infinite continuity of the universe. The symbol of the squares and triangles in alchemy also holds deep significance. A square represents the element of earth, solid and stable, while a triangle is associated with the element of fire, dynamic and transformative. When combined, they symbolize the balance of opposites, the material and the spiritual, the physical and the metaphysical. The alchemical union of these elements is a key aspect of the philosopher's work, reflecting the alchemical ideal of bringing harmony and equilibrium to all aspects of existence. The Mercury symbol, often depicted as a circle with a crescent on top, represents the fluid, transformative nature of the alchemical process. Mercury, or quicksilver, was considered both a material substance and a spiritual force. It symbolizes the volatile, ever-changing nature of life and consciousness. In alchemy, Mercury is the mediator between the physical and spiritual worlds, embodying both the unity and the duality of existence. It is linked to the idea of the prima materia, the original, undifferentiated substance from which all things emerge and to which they ultimately return. Alchemical symbols were also used to represent the different stages of the alchemical work, such as calcination, the burning away of impurities, dissolution, breaking down matter, coagulation, the coming together of elements, and conjunction, the union of opposites. These stages were seen not just as processes of material transformation, but as metaphors for the spiritual purification and refinement of the alchemist's soul. In essence, alchemical symbols serve as a code that speaks both to the physical world and the hidden realms of the spirit. They invite the practitioner to look beyond the surface of things and uncover the deeper meanings that govern both material and spiritual transformation. Through understanding these symbols, Alchemists sought not just the mastery of chemistry, but also the unlocking of the mysteries of the soul and the secrets of the universe. The role of symbols in ancient texts. Symbols in ancient texts played a fundamental role in conveying complex ideas, spiritual teachings, and societal values. Long before the advent of modern language and written scripts, early cultures used symbols as a means of communication, embedding them deeply into their sacred writings and philosophical works. These symbols were more than mere representations. They were seen as powerful tools that encapsulated profound meanings, often carrying messages that transcended the literal and invited the reader to engage with higher truths and mysteries. One of the most notable examples of symbols in ancient texts can be found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a funerary text that guided the deceased through the afterlife. The book is rich with symbolic imagery, including the use of the ankh to represent life, the Eye of Horus for protection, and the scales of Ma'at to measure the soul's weight in the afterlife. These symbols were not simply decorative, but were integral to the text's function, serving as spiritual tools to ensure safe passage through the dangers of the underworld and the ultimate union with the divine. In the Hebrew Bible, symbols like the tree of life and the serpent carry profound theological and moral meanings. The tree of life, found in the Garden of Eden, symbolizes the connection between humanity and the divine, offering immortality and eternal knowledge. Conversely, the serpent is often associated with temptation, wisdom, and fall, representing the dangers of straying from divine commandments. These symbols, along with others such as the rainbow or the ark, carried layered meanings that extended beyond the literal narrative, offering spiritual teachings on obedience, redemption, and covenant. In ancient Greek and Roman texts, symbols were used to convey philosophical ideas and moral lessons. For example, the Platonic forms, particularly the cave allegory in Plato's Republic, uses the symbol of shadows on a cave wall to illustrate the nature of human perception and the difference between the material world and the world of forms. The shadows, in this case, symbolize the limited understanding of reality, while the journey out of the cave into the light represents enlightenment and the pursuit of true knowledge. Similarly, in the works of Virgil, symbols like the golden bow in the Aeneid represent themes of fate, divine intervention, and the hero's journey. In sacred Hindu texts like the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, symbols such as the lotus flower are used to convey spiritual purity, divine beauty, and the unfolding of human consciousness. The lotus, which rises from the muddy waters to bloom in the sunlight, represents the soul's journey from ignorance to enlightenment, emphasizing the idea of transcending material attachments to attain spiritual awakening. The use of symbols in these ancient texts was not limited to simple decoration or embellishment. Rather, symbols acted as vehicles for transmitting hidden wisdom and guiding individuals on their spiritual journeys. They provided a way to communicate deeper truths that went beyond mere words, offering a language that engaged both the intellect and the soul. For those who could understand their meanings, symbols in ancient texts revealed timeless insights into the nature of existence, the divine, and the human condition, leaving a legacy of profound teachings that continue to resonate today. Chapter 5: The Use of Symbols in Religion. Symbols have always played a central role in religious practices, serving as conduits for conveying sacred truths, guiding worship, and representing the divine. Across various religions, symbols are employed to express beliefs, provide spiritual focus, and help believers connect with the transcendent. These symbols often serve as both visual representations of the divine and as tools for invoking the sacred, transcending the limitations of language and tapping into a universal, deeper meaning. In Christianity, symbols such as the cross, the fish, and the chalice carry profound spiritual significance. The cross, perhaps the most universally recognized symbol of Christianity, represents the sacrifice of Jesus Christ and the promise of salvation. It serves as a reminder of Christ's suffering and resurrection, central themes in Christian theology. The ichthys, or fish symbol, was an early Christian symbol used to identify believers, and it also references the miracle of the loaves and fishes, highlighting themes of nourishment and divine provision. The chalice, often seen in the context of the Eucharist, symbolizes the blood of Christ and the idea of spiritual communion with the divine. Each of these symbols encapsulates essential Christian doctrines and aids in expressing the believer's faith. In Islam, the use of symbols is generally less overt than in other religions due to the prohibition against depicting the divine in human or animal forms. Instead, geometric patterns and calligraphy are used to symbolize the infinite nature of God, or Allah, and to convey divine order. One of the most recognizable Islamic symbols is the crescent moon and star, which, though not a religious symbol in the Quran, has become an emblem of the Islamic world, often seen on flags and in mosque architecture. The calligraphy of the name of Allah or verses from the Quran serves as both a sacred representation of the divine word and an object of reverence. These symbols express the unseeable nature of God and offer a sense of divine presence without anthropomorphic representation. In Hinduism, symbols such as the Om, the lotus flower, and the swastika carry deep metaphysical meaning. The Om represents the sound of the universe, the primordial vibration from which all creation emanates, encapsulating the essence of the divine and the unity of existence. The lotus symbolizes purity, beauty, and spiritual awakening as it emerges from the murky waters, yet remains unstained. The swastika, an ancient symbol of good fortune, is commonly associated with Hindu rituals and represents auspiciousness, prosperity, and the eternal cycle of life. These symbols are integrated into daily worship, meditation, and rituals, providing focal points for the devotee's connection to the divine and the cosmos. Buddhism uses symbols like the Wheel of Dharma and the Buddha's footprints to represent key aspects of its teachings. The Wheel of Dharma, or Dharma Chakra, represents the Buddha's teachings and the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It serves as a reminder of the path to enlightenment and the importance of right action. The Buddha's footprints symbolize his presence and the journey towards awakening, inviting followers to walk the path he once walked. These symbols, while varying in interpretation, all encourage adherents to look inward for spiritual growth and seek understanding of life's impermanence. In Judaism, symbols such as the Star of David, the menorah, and the mezuzah hold significant meaning. The Star of David, a hexagram formed by two overlapping triangles, represents the relationship between God and humanity and the divine protection offered to the Jewish people. The menorah, a 7-branched candelabrum, is a symbol of the divine light and the presence of God in the Jewish faith, most famously represented in the celebration of Hanukkah. The mezuzah, a small parchment scroll inscribed with verses from the Torah, is affixed to the doorposts of Jewish homes as a reminder of God's commandments and protection. In all of these religions, symbols are not mere representations. They are active elements of religious experience, helping believers engage with the sacred and deepen their understanding of divine truths. Whether through the use of visual imagery, sacred sounds, or ritual objects, symbols in religion transcend the limitations of language, offering a means of connecting the human with the divine and creating a shared sacred space for the faithful. Through symbols, religious traditions express their most profound truths, creating a spiritual language that speaks directly to the soul. Christian symbolism, crosses, fish, and more. Christian symbolism is rich with meaning, utilizing various symbols to represent key theological concepts, historical events, and spiritual truths. These symbols are not mere decorative elements, but serve as powerful tools for conveying the essence of the Christian faith, helping believers connect with the divine and express their beliefs in a tangible way. Among the most well-known and widely recognized Christian symbols are the cross, the fish, and the chalice, each of which carries profound spiritual significance. The cross is undoubtedly the most significant and iconic symbol in Christianity. It represents the sacrifice of Jesus Christ and his atoning death, which Christians believe was necessary for the redemption of humanity's sins. The cross symbolizes both suffering and victory, as Christ's crucifixion was followed by his resurrection, marking his triumph over sin and death. It is a sign of God's immense love for humanity and the promise of eternal life through Christ. The cross is displayed in churches, worn as jewelry, and carried in Christian rituals, continually reminding believers of the central act of salvation in Christian doctrine. Another important Christian symbol is the fish, or ichthys. In the early days of Christianity, when believers faced persecution, the fish served as a covert symbol to identify fellow Christians. The word ichthys is an acronym in Greek standing for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. The fish also carries theological significance, symbolizing Christ's role in feeding the multitudes with loaves and fishes and his calling of the disciples, many of whom were fishermen. The symbol evokes themes of spiritual nourishment, evangelism, and the spread of the gospel. Over time, the fish became a widely recognized symbol of Christian faith. The chalice, used during the celebration of the Eucharist or Holy Communion, represents the blood of Christ shed for the forgiveness of sins. It is a symbol of Christ's sacrificial offering and his invitation to believers to partake in the spiritual communion with him. The chalice is often depicted alongside the bread in Christian imagery, representing both the body and blood of Christ. The Eucharist, in which the bread and wine are consecrated and consumed, is central to Christian worship and is a reminder of the new covenant between God and humanity through Christ's sacrifice. Other Christian symbols include the dove, representing the Holy Spirit, and the lamb, symbolizing Jesus Christ as the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. The crown of thorns represents Christ's suffering during his passion, while the Good Shepherd imagery is used to depict Christ's care and protection over his followers, similar to a shepherd's role with his flock. Christian symbols are deeply rooted in the faith's sacred texts and rituals, serving as constant reminders of the key tenets of Christianity: redemption, love, sacrifice, and hope. These symbols, whether simple or elaborate, carry with them a rich history and profound significance, connecting believers to the core of the Christian message and the transformative power of Christ's life and death. They help believers express their faith, remember sacred events, and experience the presence of the divine in their daily lives. Hindu and Buddhist symbols: mandalas, lotus flowers, and Om. Hinduism and Buddhism, two of the oldest spiritual traditions, share a deep connection through their use of symbols that carry profound meanings about the nature of existence, spiritual awakening, and the cosmos. These symbols are integral to religious practices, meditation, and art, serving as tools for connecting with the divine, promoting inner transformation, and illustrating the deeper truths of life. One of the most significant symbols in both Hinduism and Buddhism is the Om. Known as Om in Sanskrit, Om is considered the sound and vibration of the universe, representing the primordial essence of creation. It is the first sound in the universe and is believed to embody the divine presence in all things. In Hinduism, Om is revered as a sacred mantra that encapsulates the essence of the ultimate reality, Brahman, and is often chanted during prayers and meditations to align oneself with the divine. In Buddhism, Om is similarly viewed as a symbol of the universe's infinite nature and the interconnection of all things. It is commonly found in sacred texts, chants, and rituals, symbolizing unity and transcendence. The lotus flower is another powerful symbol in both Hinduism and Buddhism, representing purity, spiritual growth, and enlightenment. In Hinduism, the lotus is often associated with gods and goddesses, particularly Brahma, the creator, who is depicted seated on a lotus that rises from the cosmic ocean. The flower's growth, rising above the muddy waters, symbolizes the journey of the soul from ignorance to spiritual awakening, emphasizing the importance of transcending worldly attachments to achieve purity and enlightenment. In Buddhism, the lotus holds similar significance, particularly as a symbol of the Buddha's enlightenment. It represents the potential for all beings to awaken spiritually, rising from the defilements of material existence into a state of purity and wisdom. The lotus is a frequent motif in Buddhist art and iconography, often seen in depictions of the Buddha and bodhisattvas. In both traditions, the mandala is a symbol of the universe and the self. In Hinduism, mandalas are intricate geometric patterns that represent the cosmos, with the center symbolizing the divine presence. They are used as focal points during meditation, helping practitioners to focus their minds and transcend the material world. In Buddhism, mandalas serve as visual representations of the enlightened mind, offering a roadmap for spiritual transformation. They are used in tantric practices to visualize the path to enlightenment and to aid in the process of inner purification. The creation and contemplation of mandalas are powerful spiritual practices that encourage the practitioner to reflect on the interconnectedness of all things and the impermanence of the material world. Together, symbols like the Om, lotus flower, and mandalas reflect the core spiritual principles of Hinduism and Buddhism: the pursuit of enlightenment, the unity of the universe, and the potential for transformation. These symbols invite practitioners to look inward, meditate on the nature of reality, and seek a deeper connection to the divine, serving as both guides on the spiritual journey and reminders of the inherent sacredness of existence. Islamic calligraphy and the absence of images. In Islamic art and culture, the use of calligraphy is highly revered, serving as both an artistic and spiritual expression. Islamic tradition prohibits the depiction of human and animal forms in religious contexts, based on the belief that only God, the Creator, can truly represent life. This prohibition on the use of images has led to the development of a rich tradition of calligraphy, in which the written word becomes the central vehicle for both spiritual and artistic expression. Islamic calligraphy is considered one of the most important and revered art forms, used not only to convey religious texts, but also to honor the divine. One of the primary reasons for the absence of images in Islamic religious art is the idea that God is beyond human comprehension, and any attempt to represent him in a physical form could be seen as limiting his infinite nature. The hadiths, sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, discourage the creation of images of living beings, particularly those that might be used in worship, as such representations are thought to challenge God's uniqueness and majesty. This concept has led to a distinctive aesthetic in Islamic art that focuses on abstract patterns, geometric designs, and, most significantly, the art of calligraphy. Calligraphy in Islam is deeply intertwined with spirituality. The Arabic script, with its flowing, intricate forms, is used to inscribe verses from the Quran, the sacred text of Islam, as well as prayers, sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, and other religious texts. The Quran itself, viewed as the literal word of God, is considered so sacred that its verses are written in calligraphy with great care and reverence. Calligraphy becomes a way of venerating the divine word, elevating it to a form of art that is both visually striking and spiritually meaningful. The practice of calligraphy is viewed as a form of meditation, where the artist channels devotion and reverence through the disciplined practice of writing. The Bismillah, the phrase, "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful," is one of the most commonly calligraphed phrases in Islamic art, appearing in mosques, books, and even on objects like pottery and textiles. In addition to the Quranic verses, other motifs such as geometric patterns and arabesques, intricate interlacing floral designs, are also widely used in Islamic art. These designs symbolize the infinite and ungraspable nature of God's creation. Geometric shapes such as circles and stars, which have no beginning or end, are often used to represent the eternal nature of God. The absence of images in Islamic religious art has not resulted in a lack of creativity, but rather led to the flourishing of other forms of expression. Calligraphy, as well as architectural decoration, such as the intricate tile work seen in mosques and other religious structures, becomes a way to honor God and the sacred word, transcending the limitations of representational art. Islamic art, rich with abstract beauty and spiritual significance, continues to inspire and resonate with believers and admirers of its aesthetic across the world. It serves as a reminder that in the absence of visual representations of the divine, the written word and the patterns of creation themselves become the highest form of worship and expression. Jewish mysticism and Kabbalistic symbols. Jewish mysticism, particularly through the tradition of Kabbalah, has a rich history of using symbols to explore the nature of God, creation, and the soul. Rooted in the ancient esoteric teachings of Judaism, Kabbalah offers profound insights into the spiritual world, often communicated through symbolic imagery and hidden meanings within sacred texts. These symbols, while often abstract, are believed to be keys to unlocking divine wisdom, allowing practitioners to connect with higher realms of consciousness and to better understand the mysteries of the universe. At the heart of Kabbalistic symbolism is the Tree of Life, a central metaphor in Kabbalah that represents the structure of the universe and the process of divine emanation. The Tree of Life is made up of 10 interconnected spheres, or sephirot, each representing a different aspect of God's attributes. These sephirot form a pathway that maps the journey of spiritual enlightenment from the divine, ineffable source at the top through the various aspects of God's nature, down to the material world. The Tree of Life offers a framework for understanding how the infinite God interacts with the finite world, serving as a guide for personal and spiritual development. Another important symbol in Jewish mysticism is the Hebrew alphabet. Each letter of the Hebrew alphabet is believed to carry not only a phonetic sound, but also a deep spiritual energy and symbolic significance. In Kabbalah, the letters are seen as building blocks of creation, with the divine name of God often being spelled out using specific combinations of letters. The letter Yod, for example, is considered to be the smallest and most powerful letter, symbolizing God's presence in even the most minute aspects of creation. Each letter is also seen as a representation of different spiritual realms, inviting practitioners to meditate on their deeper meanings. The menorah, a 7-branched candelabrum, is another significant symbol in Jewish mysticism. While it is most famously known as a symbol of the Jewish temple and the Hanukkah festival, in Kabbalistic tradition, the menorah is interpreted as a representation of the divine light that illuminates the world. The 7 branches are linked to the 7 sephirot that relate to the inner workings of the universe, and the light symbolizes the emanation of divine energy that flows through creation, guiding individuals on their spiritual paths. The Star of David, a hexagram formed by 2 interlocking triangles, is another symbol frequently used in Jewish mysticism. It is believed to represent the union of opposites, the divine and the earthly, the masculine and the feminine, and the balance between these forces. This symbol also reflects the sacred geometry underlying the world's creation, and in Kabbalistic teachings, it is a sign of divine protection and unity. In Kabbalah, symbols are not merely decorative, but serve as a means to understand and experience deeper truths about the divine. These symbols help practitioners engage with the hidden aspects of the universe and the soul, offering pathways for spiritual growth and enlightenment. By meditating on and contemplating these symbols, one can move closer to the divine, seeking to integrate the knowledge of Kabbalah into their own life and experience the mysteries of creation in a more intimate and profound way. Native American symbolism and spirit animals. Native American symbolism is deeply rooted in nature, spirituality, and the belief in interconnectedness between all living beings. Across diverse tribes, symbols and animals have held sacred meanings, offering wisdom, guidance, and spiritual insight. These symbols are often used in rituals, art, and storytelling to express deep truths about life, the natural world, and the spiritual realms. Central to many Native American belief systems is the concept of spirit animals, which are considered guides and protectors, offering unique lessons and embodying certain qualities that individuals or tribes need. Each spirit animal is seen as a representation of a specific set of traits or energies that can provide wisdom and insight. These animals are thought to have a spiritual connection to human beings, often appearing in dreams, visions, or moments of personal reflection. For example, the eagle is frequently seen as a powerful spirit animal, symbolizing strength, courage, and a higher perspective. In many Native American cultures, the eagle is considered a messenger between the spiritual and physical worlds, with its ability to soar high above the earth representing spiritual vision and clarity. The wolf is another prominent spirit animal in Native American symbolism. Known for its loyalty, intelligence, and strong sense of family, the wolf is often associated with the balance between independence and community. Wolves are seen as teachers of leadership and survival, offering guidance on how to live harmoniously with others while maintaining a strong sense of self. The wolf's keen instincts and ability to communicate within its pack also make it a symbol of intuition and cooperation. The bear is considered a symbol of strength, courage, and protection. It is revered for its role as a protector of the forest and its deep connection to the earth. In Native American cultures, the bear is often seen as a guide during times of personal transformation or healing, as it is believed to possess both the power to heal and the wisdom to retreat into solitude for introspection. The bear's hibernation symbolizes the importance of rest and renewal, encouraging individuals to take time for themselves to heal and grow. In addition to spirit animals, many Native American tribes use animal motifs in their art, pottery, and textiles. These symbols can represent particular animals' qualities or be used to tell stories about important events, such as creation myths or tribal history. For example, the turtle is a symbol of the earth in several Native American cultures, representing stability, endurance, and protection. The butterfly, often seen as a symbol of transformation, represents the process of personal growth and the shedding of old patterns. Native American symbolism and spirit animals offer a rich, dynamic way of connecting with nature and the spiritual world. They remind us of our deep connection to the animal kingdom and the earth, emphasizing the importance of balance, respect, and living in harmony with all living things. Through these symbols, Native American cultures have maintained a profound understanding of the natural world, using animals not just as representations, but as living guides, teachers, and protectors on the spiritual path. Chapter 6: Symbolism in Literature. Symbolism in literature is a powerful tool used by authors to convey deeper meanings, evoke emotions, and provide layers of interpretation beyond the surface narrative. Through symbols, writers imbue their works with richness and complexity, allowing readers to engage with the text on a more profound level. Symbols can take many forms in literature, ranging from objects and characters to colors and settings, each carrying a deeper significance that reflects the themes, emotions, and ideas being explored in the work. One of the most important roles of symbolism in literature is to represent abstract ideas or concepts in a tangible, relatable form. For instance, in William Golding's Lord of the Flies, the conch shell symbolizes civilization and order. As the novel progresses and the boys on the island descend into chaos, the conch's destruction represents the collapse of societal structure and the loss of rationality. Similarly, in George Orwell's Animal Farm, the farm and its animals serve as symbols of political systems and the corrupting influence of power. The animals' various characteristics embody traits of different social and political classes, making the story a powerful allegory for the Russian Revolution and the rise of totalitarianism. Symbols also serve as a way for authors to communicate complex emotions or states of mind. In F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, the green light at the end of Daisy's dock symbolizes Gatsby's unattainable dream and his relentless pursuit of an idealized version of the past. The light's distance represents the gap between Gatsby's desires and reality, highlighting the novel's themes of yearning, obsession, and the illusion of the American dream. Similarly, in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper, the yellow wallpaper in the narrator's room becomes a symbol of her mental state. The wallpaper's chaotic patterns reflect her growing sense of entrapment and descent into madness, offering a powerful commentary on the treatment of women's mental health during the period. In Herman Melville's Moby Dick, the white whale itself is a complex symbol of obsession, the unknown, and the forces of nature. The whale's elusive nature represents the vastness of the universe and the limits of human understanding. Captain Ahab's obsessive quest to capture the whale symbolizes humanity's struggle with fate and the destructive power of obsession. The symbolism of the whale and Ahab's pursuit elevates the novel beyond a mere adventure story, making it a meditation on existential questions and the human condition. Throughout literature, symbolism acts as a bridge between the literal and the metaphorical, allowing authors to infuse their works with deeper layers of meaning. By using symbols, writers can convey complex themes and ideas in a way that resonates with readers on an emotional and intellectual level. Whether representing societal values, personal desires, or existential struggles, symbolism enhances the richness of literature, inviting readers to look beyond the surface and uncover the hidden meanings that lie beneath. Literary symbols and their deep meanings. In literature, symbols serve as powerful vehicles for deeper meaning, offering readers the opportunity to explore abstract ideas through tangible representations. Authors utilize symbols to convey complex themes, evoke emotional responses, and add layers of nuance to their works. A symbol is not merely an object or concept, but something that carries a broader, often multifaceted meaning, inviting readers to interpret it within the context of the narrative. Whether it is an object, a color, a setting, or a character, literary symbols often transcend their literal presence, reflecting the hidden emotions, desires, and philosophical reflections embedded in the story. For example, in Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, the scarlet letter A, worn by Hester Prynne, is a symbol that evolves throughout the novel. Initially, it represents her sin of adultery and the shame imposed by society. However, as the narrative progresses, the letter takes on new meanings, symbolizing Hester's resilience, strength, and eventual redemption. The letter becomes a symbol of empowerment, contrasting the initial interpretation of it as a mark of disgrace. This transformation underscores the novel's exploration of societal judgment, individual identity, and the possibility of redemption. Similarly, in Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, the moors surrounding the titular estate are a recurring symbol in the story. The bleak, desolate landscape reflects the emotional turmoil and isolation experienced by the characters. The moors represent both the wild, untamed passions of Heathcliff and Catherine, as well as the destructive consequences of their obsessive love. The ever-changing weather conditions on the moors mirror the fluctuations of the characters' emotions, underscoring the theme of the uncontrollable forces of nature and human desire. In William Blake's The Tiger, the symbol of the tiger embodies the duality of creation, representing both beauty and danger. The poem explores the tension between innocence and experience, with the tiger standing as a symbol of destructive power and mystery. Blake's use of the tiger as a symbol raises philosophical questions about the nature of creation, good and evil, and the complexities of existence. The question of who could create such a powerful and fearsome creature symbolizes the larger inquiries into the nature of God and the universe. The use of colors is another significant literary symbol that conveys deep meanings. In The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald uses the color green to symbolize Gatsby's aspirations and unattainable dreams, particularly his desire to recapture the past with Daisy. The green light at the end of Daisy's dock represents the elusive American dream, constantly out of reach. The color red in The Great Gatsby also carries symbolism, often associated with passion, violence, and the inevitable destruction of Gatsby's dream. Literary symbols often operate on multiple levels, allowing authors to communicate themes and ideas that may be difficult to express directly. By offering symbols that reflect universal experiences and emotions, writers deepen the meaning of their works and engage readers in a more profound interpretation of the narrative. Symbols help readers recognize the invisible threads that tie characters, events, and ideas together, encouraging a deeper exploration of the text and its broader implications. Through symbols, literature transcends mere storytelling, offering readers a space for reflection, questioning, and intellectual engagement. Symbolism in poetry, words as symbols. In poetry, symbolism plays a crucial role in creating layers of meaning and evoking deep emotions. Poets use words as symbols to convey complex ideas, feelings, and concepts in a condensed and often powerful form. Unlike prose, where meaning is typically straightforward, poetry often relies on symbolism to invite readers to explore deeper interpretations, allowing them to find new connections between the physical world and abstract thoughts. By embedding symbolic meaning into words and imagery, poets engage readers in a dynamic experience where the surface narrative is only the beginning of a larger exploration. One of the ways poetry uses symbolism is by transforming ordinary objects or elements into representations of something much larger. For example, in William Blake's The tiger is not just a literal animal, but a symbol of the mysterious and potentially dangerous forces of creation. The poem doesn't just describe a tiger. It delves into the philosophical questions surrounding the nature of God, creation, and the existence of evil. By using the tiger as a symbol, Blake transcends the physical creature and invites readers to explore profound theological and existential questions. In Emily Dickinson's poetry, symbols often appear in the form of nature. For instance, in her poem, A Bird Came Down the Walk, the bird becomes a symbol of freedom, fragility, and the connection between the natural world and the human experience. Dickinson uses the bird to represent more than just a living creature. It symbolizes the fleeting beauty of life and the delicate balance between the human observer and the world around them. The bird's actions are described in such a way that they carry emotional weight beyond mere description, suggesting themes of escape, vulnerability, and the transient nature of existence. Colors are frequently employed as symbols in poetry as well. In Langston Hughes's The Negro Speaks of Rivers, water, specifically rivers, serves as a symbol for the deep and enduring connection of African heritage and identity. The rivers symbolize both time and place, stretching across history and geography, and they become an emblem of continuity, survival, and the collective soul of a people. The river, a natural symbol of flow and change, becomes a tool for Hughes to express resilience, history, and the enduring spirit of a culture. Poetry also uses abstract concepts like time, death, love, and the passage of seasons as symbols. In Robert Frost's Nothing Gold Can Stay, the transition from spring to summer is used as a symbol of innocence and the inevitable loss of youth. The delicate imagery of the early leaf and the flower evoke a sense of beauty and fragility, and the poem's theme suggests the inevitable passing of moments and experiences, emphasizing the fleeting nature of youth and beauty. Through the careful selection of words, poets turn everyday images and concepts into vehicles for complex ideas. By using symbols, poets elevate their language, transforming it into something that resonates on emotional, intellectual, and even spiritual levels. The ambiguity and richness of symbols allow poetry to speak to the soul, inviting readers to interpret meaning in a way that transcends the literal and embraces the infinite possibilities of human experience. Symbols in myth and folklore. Symbols in myth and folklore play a crucial role conveying timeless themes and lessons embedded in cultural stories. Across various cultures, myths and folklore have used symbols to express abstract concepts, cultural values, and human experiences in a way that is both memorable and meaningful. These symbols often transcend their literal meanings, representing deeper spiritual truths, societal norms, or universal human emotions. Through the use of symbolic figures, animals, objects, and events, myths and folklore create a bridge between the physical world and the metaphysical, offering insights into the mysteries of life, death, and the divine. In many myths, animals serve as powerful symbols that represent specific traits or archetypal qualities. For example, in Greek mythology, the owl of Athena is a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. The owl's keen ability to see in the dark is associated with the goddess's ability to see beyond the surface of things and understand the deeper truths of the world. Similarly, in Norse mythology, the wolf, particularly the one known as Fenrir, symbolizes chaos, destruction, and the uncontrollable forces of nature. Fenrir's ultimate fate, to bring about the downfall of the gods at Ragnarok, reflects the ancient Norse understanding of the inevitability of fate and the powerful forces beyond human control. Objects in mythology often carry symbolic meanings that help convey important themes. The golden fleece in the Greek myth of Jason and the Argonauts is a symbol of power, kingship, and the quest for glory. It represents the idea of ultimate achievement, but it is also a reminder of the difficulties and trials one must endure to attain such greatness. In Arthurian legend, the Holy Grail symbolizes purity, divine grace, and the search for spiritual enlightenment. It is not just an object of material value, but a representation of a higher calling and the pursuit of a deeper truth. Numbers often carry symbolic weight in myths and folklore as well. In many traditions, the number 3 is a recurring motif, representing harmony, balance, and completeness. In Celtic folklore, the triple goddess is a central figure, representing the 3 stages of a woman's life: the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Similarly, in Christian mythology, the Holy Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is a symbolic representation of the divine unity of God. The number 3 often signifies a sense of wholeness, and its repetition across various myths suggests its universal and spiritual significance. Myths and folklore also use natural elements as powerful symbols. The tree is a recurring motif in many cultures, symbolizing life, growth, and the connection between the earthly and the divine. The world tree in Norse mythology, for instance, is the axis mundi, connecting the realms of the gods, humans, and the underworld. Similarly, in Native American folklore, the cedar tree is often seen as a symbol of protection, strength, and spiritual connection to the earth. By using symbols in myths and folklore, cultures have passed down complex ideas in a form that is accessible, memorable, and resonant. These symbols not only help to explain the world around ancient peoples, but also provided timeless lessons about the human condition. Through myth and folklore, symbols continue to speak across generations, offering insights into the nature of existence, the power of nature, and the mysteries of life and death. The role of allegory in literature. Allegory is a literary device that uses characters, events, and settings as symbols to convey deeper moral, political, or philosophical meanings. Unlike symbolism, where symbols may be more open to interpretation, allegory involves a more direct and structured relationship between the narrative and its underlying message. Often, allegory operates on 2 levels: a surface, literal story, and a hidden, figurative meaning that reflects broader truths about society, human nature, or spirituality. Through allegory, authors can offer profound insights and critiques of the world in a way that engages readers on both a conscious and subconscious level. One of the most famous examples of allegory in literature is George Orwell's Animal Farm, which tells the story of farm animals who overthrow their human owner, only to fall into the same patterns of oppression. On the surface, it's a simple story of animals rebelling against tyranny. However, at a deeper level, the novel is a political allegory about the Russian Revolution and the rise of Stalinism. The characters, such as Napoleon the pig, who represents Joseph Stalin, are not just animals, but symbols of historical figures, social movements, and ideologies. Through the allegorical framework, Orwell critiques totalitarianism, corruption, and the manipulation of power, making the story not only an engaging narrative, but also a powerful commentary on the dangers of political ideologies when left unchecked. Similarly, John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress uses allegory to portray the spiritual journey of a man named Christian. The journey is filled with characters and settings that symbolize Christian virtues and vices, as well as various stages in the process of salvation. From characters like evangelist and faithful to places such as the Slough of Despond, Bunyan's use of allegory allows the reader to reflect on the moral and spiritual lessons embedded in the story, urging the pursuit of virtue and the rejection of sin. The Pilgrim's Progress becomes a blueprint for understanding the Christian journey toward redemption, using narrative to illustrate complex theological ideas in a clear and relatable way. Allegory also plays a significant role in works such as Plato's Allegory of the Cave, where the cave represents the world of appearances, and the journey out of the cave symbolizes the philosopher's quest for truth and enlightenment. This allegory presents an entire philosophical worldview, exploring the limitations of human perception and the search for higher knowledge. The power of allegory lies in its ability to communicate ideas that might otherwise be difficult to express directly. By using stories with dual meanings, writers can address complex issues, whether political, social, moral, or philosophical, in a way that engages the imagination while encouraging critical thought. Allegories invite readers to look beyond the narrative and consider its deeper implications, creating works that resonate long after the final page is turned. Analyzing classic works through symbolism. Symbolism is a key tool in analyzing classic works of literature, offering insights into the deeper themes and meanings of a text. Through symbols, writers embed complex ideas within seemingly simple objects, characters, and events, allowing readers to explore layers of significance beyond the surface narrative. In classic works, symbolism is often used to reflect the human condition, social issues, and philosophical dilemmas, providing a richer and more nuanced understanding of the story. By analyzing these symbols, readers can uncover the hidden messages embedded in the text, leading to a more profound appreciation of the work. One of the most famous examples of symbolism in classic literature is Herman Melville's Moby Dick. The white whale, Moby Dick, serves as a multifaceted symbol that represents various ideas. For Captain Ahab, the whale embodies obsession, revenge, and the human struggle against fate. The pursuit of the whale becomes symbolic of humanity's quest for meaning in an indifferent universe, highlighting the destructive nature of obsession. The whale, with its vast size and mysterious nature, also symbolizes the unknowable forces of nature and the limits of human understanding. Through the symbolism of Moby Dick, Melville explores existential themes of isolation, hubris, and the complexity of human desire. Another classic work rich with symbolism is F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. In this novel, symbolism plays a crucial role in exploring themes of the American dream, social class, and the pursuit of happiness. The green light at the end of Daisy's dock symbolizes Gatsby's unattainable dream, his hope for a future that never materializes. The light represents not only Gatsby's desire for Daisy, but also the broader idea of the American dream itself, an idealized vision of success and fulfillment that is, in reality, elusive and out of reach. Additionally, the Valley of Ashes, a desolate industrial wasteland, symbolizes the moral decay and corruption lurking beneath the glittering surface of the American elite. William Golding's Lord of the Flies is another classic that makes use of symbolism to explore the darker aspects of human nature. The conch shell in the novel represents order, civilization, and authority. As the boys on the island descend into savagery, the conch's destruction signifies the collapse of societal structures and the loss of rationality. The beast, an imagined creature, symbolizes the primal instincts and fear within each of the boys, representing the innate capacity for evil that exists in all humans. Through these symbols, Golding delves into themes of human nature, civilization versus barbarism, and the fragility of social order. In Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper in the protagonist's room serves as a symbol of her mental imprisonment. The chaotic, oppressive patterns in the wallpaper mirror her growing psychological deterioration as she is confined to a domestic role and denied the agency to express herself. The wallpaper becomes a metaphor for the societal constraints placed on women during the time, and her eventual obsession with it reflects the desperate need for liberation from both personal and societal oppression. Analyzing classic works through their use of symbolism opens up new avenues of understanding and interpretation, allowing readers to engage with the text in a deeper, more meaningful way. By exploring the symbols within these works, readers can uncover hidden meanings, recognize universal themes, and reflect on the ongoing relevance of these stories in the modern world. Chapter 7: Symbolism in Art. Symbolism in art has been a powerful tool for artists to communicate deeper meanings, emotions, and ideas that go beyond the literal representation of subjects. Throughout history, artists have used symbols to imbue their work with layers of significance, drawing on cultural, religious, and personal references to provoke thought, convey social commentary, and engage viewers on a more introspective level. By representing abstract concepts through visual forms, symbols in art offer viewers an opportunity to explore the relationship between the visible and invisible, the physical and spiritual, creating a more complex experience of the artwork. One of the most iconic examples of symbolism in art is found in the Renaissance period, where symbolism played a key role in religious and mythological paintings. In works like Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, every element within the painting holds symbolic weight. The positioning of the apostles, the use of light and shadow, and even the placement of objects on the table are all carefully constructed to convey deeper spiritual meanings, such as themes of betrayal, redemption, and divine sacrifice. Similarly, Sandro Botticelli's The Birth of Venus uses the figure of Venus and the surrounding imagery to symbolize themes of beauty, love, and divine creation, drawing from classical mythology to explore the relationship between humanity and the divine. The symbolist movement in the late 19th century brought symbolism to the forefront of modern art. Artists such as Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Pierre Puvis de Chavannes sought to evoke emotional responses by using dreamlike, fantastical, and often cryptic imagery. The use of symbols in their work often reflected a desire to express the inner world of the mind, confronting the viewer with emotional, psychological, and mystical realms. In Redon's work, for example, his haunting depictions of strange, almost otherworldly creatures symbolize the artist's exploration of the unconscious and the deeper layers of human experience. In modern art, symbolism continued to thrive, though it evolved in diverse directions. For instance, Frida Kahlo's self-portraits, such as the Broken Column, are rich in symbolic imagery, reflecting her personal suffering, resilience, and identity. The column in the painting, a symbol of her fractured body, also serves as a metaphor for the pain she endured throughout her life. Through symbolism, Kahlo invites the viewer into her intimate world, using visual metaphors to express complex emotions and experiences. Similarly, Salvador Dali, in his surrealist works like The Persistence of Memory, uses symbols such as melting clocks to represent the fluidity of time, the distortion of reality, and the nature of human consciousness. Dali's surrealist use of symbolism challenges conventional perceptions of time, space, and identity, creating dreamlike images that engage the viewer's imagination while reflecting the complexities of the human psyche. In contemporary art, symbolism continues to serve as a way to explore social, political, and personal issues. Artists often use symbols to comment on cultural phenomena, challenge societal norms, or express complex identities. The use of symbols in art is not limited to any single genre or time period, but rather continues to evolve, reflecting the changing concerns, experiences, and perceptions of the world. Through symbolism, art transcends the limitations of the visible world, inviting viewers to look beyond what is seen and engage with the deeper meanings and emotions that art can evoke. It allows for an exchange between the artist and the audience that is based on shared understanding and personal interpretation, making art a powerful tool for communication and self-reflection. The Symbolist movement in painting. The Symbolist movement in painting emerged in the late 19th century as a reaction against the realistic depictions of life seen in academic art and the rise of Impressionism. Symbolism, with its emphasis on the emotional and spiritual dimensions of human experience, sought to express ideas and concepts beyond the surface of visible reality. The movement was rooted in the belief that art should evoke emotion and suggest deeper, often mystical meanings, rather than merely depict the observable world. This shift in focus gave rise to highly stylized and imaginative works that were rich in symbolism and invited viewers to interpret and engage with the emotional undercurrents of the imagery. The Symbolist movement was largely influenced by the works of poets such as Charles Baudelaire and Stéphane Mallarmé, whose ideas about the power of symbols to evoke moods and meanings in literature also resonated with visual artists. These artists moved away from the detailed realism of previous artistic movements, favoring instead dreamlike, fantastical, and often ambiguous imagery. Their works were often filled with recurring symbols, drawing on mythology, religion, and the unconscious to explore themes of desire, death, spirituality, and inner conflict. Among the key figures of symbolist painting were artists such as Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Pierre Puvis de Chavannes. Gustave Moreau is known for his mythological and mystical works that often featured themes of transformation and spiritual transcendence. In paintings like Jupiter and Semele and The Apparition, Moreau uses rich, fantastical symbolism to express the tension between the material and spiritual worlds. The detailed use of color, form, and mythological references creates an atmosphere of mystery and invites viewers to explore the psychological and emotional depths of the imagery. Odilon Redon was another prominent symbolist painter whose work often revolved around dreamlike, surreal imagery. His noirs, a series of dark, moody lithographs and pastels, and later works that featured fantastical creatures and vibrant colors, delved into the unconscious mind and explored themes of isolation, fear, and desire. Redon's use of symbolic creatures, such as the spider and flower, reflected a deep interest in the mysteries of the inner world and the tension between beauty and darkness. Pierre Puvis de Chavannes focused more on allegorical themes in his paintings, often using muted colors and monumental compositions. Works like The Sacred Grove and The Muses depict figures and landscapes that seem detached from time and place, symbolizing universal themes of the human condition, such as the search for peace, beauty, and the divine. His style conveyed a sense of timelessness, drawing the viewer into a meditative contemplation of spiritual and emotional themes. The symbolist movement was also influenced by developments in other fields, such as psychoanalysis and the study of dreams, which began to explore the deeper layers of the unconscious mind. This psychological turn further encouraged artists to explore themes of inner conflict, the unknown, and the mysterious aspects of human existence. While the symbolist movement was eventually overshadowed by movements like surrealism and modernism, its influence on the development of 20th century art cannot be overstated. By focusing on the power of symbols to convey complex emotional and philosophical ideas, symbolist artists helped pave the way for later experimental movements such as abstract expressionism and surrealism, which continued to explore the inner workings of the human psyche and the use of symbolism in new and innovative ways. Iconography in Renaissance art. Iconography in Renaissance art is the study of the symbols, images, and visual motifs used by artists during this period to convey deeper meanings and themes. The Renaissance, spanning from the 14th to the 17th century, marked a cultural rebirth in Europe, where artists increasingly sought to incorporate classical antiquity, religious subjects, and humanist ideals into their works. This period witnessed a sophisticated use of iconography, as artists created complex visual languages that went beyond mere representation. Through the strategic use of symbolic imagery, Renaissance artists communicated religious narratives, philosophical concepts, and human experiences in ways that were accessible to their audience, whether they were educated elites or the general public. One of the defining features of Renaissance iconography is the way artists integrated classical mythology and Christian themes. Artists like Sandro Botticelli, in his painting, The Birth of Venus, blended classical mythology with Renaissance ideals of beauty and humanism. Venus, the Roman goddess of love, represents divine beauty and the human pursuit of enlightenment, while the setting, the sea, and other elements of the composition all carry symbolic significance. The mythological subject matter was often used as a metaphor for philosophical or moral ideals, creating layers of meaning that would resonate with viewers who were familiar with classical texts and Christian teachings. In Christian iconography, the Renaissance also continued the tradition of representing biblical stories, saints, and divine figures, but with increased emphasis on naturalism and emotional expression. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael utilized symbolic elements to deepen the spiritual and narrative impact of their works. In Da Vinci's The Last Supper, for example, the arrangement of the figures around the table, the placement of hands, and the use of light all carry symbolic significance that reinforces the themes of betrayal, sacrifice, and salvation. The bread and wine on the table symbolize Christ's body and blood, a direct reference to the Eucharist, while the tense and dramatic gestures of the apostles highlight the moment of Christ's revelation of Judas as the betrayer. Renaissance artists also embraced the symbolism of nature, using plants, animals, and landscapes to convey meanings associated with the human experience. For example, in Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait, the inclusion of a small dog symbolizes loyalty and fidelity, while the convex mirror reflects not only the couple, but also the presence of the artist, adding layers of personal and spiritual significance to the painting. Flowers, too, carried strong symbolic meanings. Roses symbolized love and passion, while lilies were associated with purity and the Virgin Mary. The development of perspective and light in Renaissance art also had symbolic implications. The use of linear perspective to create depth in a composition could symbolize the spiritual journey toward enlightenment, while the play of light and shadow often highlighted the contrast between good and evil, or life and death. In works like Michelangelo's Creation of Adam, on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, the moment when God reaches out to touch Adam symbolizes the divine spark of life and humanity's connection to the Creator. Through these methods of symbolic representation, Renaissance artists transformed their works into complex visual narratives that invited viewers to look beyond the surface and engage with deeper philosophical, spiritual, and moral questions. Iconography in Renaissance art provided not just a method of visual storytelling, but a language that connected the past to the present, the human to the divine, and the earthly to the transcendent. Surrealism and the rebirth of symbolism. Surrealism, which emerged in the early 20th century, can be seen as a revival and reimagining of symbolism, blending it with the new artistic and intellectual currents of the time. Surrealism, led by figures such as André Breton, Salvador Dalí, Max Ernst, and René Magritte, sought to explore the unconscious mind, dreams, and the irrational aspects of human experience. Ideas that were rooted in the symbolic tradition but extended beyond its confines. While symbolism in the 19th century had focused largely on the emotional and spiritual layers of human life, Surrealism pushed those boundaries further. incorporating the chaotic and mysterious forces of the subconscious. In Surrealist art, symbols were often distorted, fragmented, and placed in unfamiliar contexts to challenge conventional perceptions of reality. Artists aimed to break free from rational thought and traditional artistic forms, creating dreamlike and often unsettling images that invited multiple interpretations. The symbolism in Surrealist works was not only a continuation of earlier symbolic ideas, but a transformation of those symbols, reshaping them to reflect the complexities and contradictions of the modern world. In essence, Surrealism sought to dig deeper into the human psyche, using symbolism as a tool to unlock the hidden recesses of the unconscious. A key element of Surrealist symbolism was its focus on the unconscious mind and dreams, inspired by the work of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Surrealists were drawn to the symbolism found in dreams, as they believed that dreams, with their strange and often irrational imagery, revealed truths about the human condition that could not be accessed through reason alone. For instance, Salvador Dali's iconic painting, The Persistence of Memory, uses the melting clocks as a symbol of the fluidity and elasticity of time. Time, a concept that we normally view as rigid and unyielding, is here presented as a malleable, almost absurd phenomenon, pointing to the Surrealist interest in undermining logical frameworks. Surrealists also utilized familiar objects and symbols in jarring and unexpected ways to disrupt the viewer's sense of reality. René Magritte's The Treachery of Images, which depicts a pipe with the phrase, "This is not a pipe," beneath it, plays on the gap between an object and its representation, suggesting that reality and perception are always mediated through symbols, and thus cannot be fully trusted. This work and others like it challenge the viewer's assumptions and force a reconsideration of how we interact with the world and the symbols that shape our understanding of it. Surrealist art also delved into freedom of expression and automatic drawing, where the artist would allow their subconscious mind to guide the creation of the image, often without conscious control. This method, championed by artists like Joan Miro and André Masson, freed symbols from traditional interpretations and allowed them to take on new, personal meanings. These symbols were often abstract or fragmented, reflecting the complexity and chaos of the modern psyche. In many ways, Surrealism did not reject the symbolic tradition, but rather pushed it in new directions, integrating the symbols of dreams, the unconscious, and the irrational into a broader vision of reality. Surrealism's rebirth of symbolism became an exploration of the mind's hidden landscapes, where meaning is not fixed but fluid, and where reality itself becomes something to question and reconsider. By using symbols in this revolutionary way, Surrealism gave new life to the symbolic language, imbuing it with the complexity and richness of human experience in the modern world. Abstract art and its symbolic meanings. Abstract art, which emerged in the early 20th century, represents a departure from traditional representational art by focusing on forms, colors, and textures rather than the depiction of real-world subjects. Despite its seemingly non-representational nature, abstract art is deeply symbolic, often conveying complex ideas, emotions, and philosophical concepts through its use of shapes and colors. It is a medium that invites subjective interpretation and engages the viewer in a more intuitive, emotional experience, rather than relying on recognizable imagery. In abstract art, symbols can be understood not as literal representations, but as vehicles for conveying deeper truths about the human experience, the natural world, and the universe. One of the key aspects of abstract art is its ability to evoke symbolic meanings through non-objective forms. Rather than representing tangible subjects, abstract artists use color, line, texture, and shape to express a range of emotions and ideas. For instance, Wassily Kandinsky, one of the pioneers of abstract art, believed that colors and shapes could directly influence the emotions and spiritual state of the viewer. In works such as Composition X, Kandinsky used a vibrant mix of colors and dynamic geometric shapes to create a sense of energy and movement, which he believed reflected a deeper spiritual reality beyond the material world. The symbolism in his work is rooted in his theory of synesthesia, the idea that colors, sounds, and forms are interconnected and can be experienced as a holistic sensory experience. Similarly, Piet Mondrian, with his characteristic use of primary colors and grid-like structures, sought to express universal harmony and order through his abstract compositions. Mondrian's use of straight lines and simple geometric shapes was intended to symbolize the underlying balance and structure of the universe, transcending the chaos of the physical world. His work was not merely about aesthetic appeal, but aimed to convey a deeper metaphysical truth about the nature of reality, order, and human existence. In Jackson Pollock's drip paintings, the chaotic and energetic lines and splatters symbolize the raw, unconscious impulses of the artist. Pollock's technique of automatic painting, where he let his subconscious guide his brushstrokes, evokes a sense of freedom and spontaneity. The symbolic meaning in Pollock's work is not immediately obvious in the traditional sense, but can be seen as an expression of the complexity and turbulence of the human psyche, as well as a commentary on the unpredictability of life and the nature of creativity itself. Other abstract artists, such as Mark Rothko, used color fields to explore symbolic themes of human emotion and the search for meaning. Rothko's large, rectangular blocks of color are often interpreted as representing existential themes of joy, despair, and the human condition. His work invites viewers to engage in a deeply personal and emotional experience, where the color itself becomes a symbol of emotional states and spiritual reflection. Ultimately, abstract art breaks away from the need for direct representation and allows symbols to be explored through visual language that is open to individual interpretation. Whether through color, form, or texture, abstract art has the power to evoke a wide array of symbolic meanings, tapping into the universal and subconscious layers of human experience. By transcending traditional forms, abstract art offers a unique and dynamic way for artists to communicate profound truths about existence, identity, and the nature of perception itself. Visual art as a gateway to the unconscious. Visual art has long been regarded as a powerful medium for expressing the depths of the human unconscious. It allows artists to tap into psychological realms that are often inaccessible through verbal or rational communication. By working with visual elements, color, shape, form, and texture, artists can express emotions, thoughts, and inner experiences that were subconscious desires, fears, and memories. This process is deeply linked to the theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, who believed that art could serve as a bridge between the conscious mind and the unconscious, revealing hidden aspects of the psyche. The relationship between visual art and the unconscious is especially evident in the work of surrealist artists, who deliberately sought to explore the realm of dreams, symbols, and the irrational. Figures like Salvador Dali, René Magritte, and Max Ernst used visual art as a tool for delving into the unconscious, allowing the mind to wander freely and express itself without the constraints of logic or realism. For instance, in Dali's famous painting, The Persistence of Memory, the distorted, melting clocks symbolize the fluid and elastic nature of time, an idea that could be linked to the unconscious mind's ability to reshape reality in dream states. Dali's work captures the bizarre and dreamlike qualities of the unconscious, where time, space, and identity are in constant flux. Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious, which suggests that all humans share universal, archetypal symbols, also plays a significant role in understanding how visual art can access deeper psychological layers. Jung believed that symbols and images in art were not just personal, but could tap into a collective, shared experience that transcends individual consciousness. Through symbols like the mandala, artists can explore the journey toward wholeness and self-realization, reflecting archetypes and inner truths that are universal across cultures. Jung's ideas were influential in the development of many abstract artists who sought to express these shared, subconscious symbols in their work. In addition to surrealism and Jungian theory, automatic drawing, a technique popularized by artists like Joan Miro and André Masson, was another means of accessing the unconscious through visual art. This method involved allowing the hand to move freely across the canvas, without conscious direction or control, to uncover hidden thoughts and feelings. The resulting artworks often appeared chaotic and abstract, reflecting the unfiltered nature of the unconscious mind. These works were not meant to be precise representations of reality, but rather reflections of the artist's inner world and emotional states. Beyond surrealism and automatic drawing, visual art has always been a means of expressing personal or collective truths, serving as a mirror to the human experience. From abstract expressionism to symbolist painting, artists have used visual symbols to confront their inner worlds, exploring deep psychological landscapes. By allowing the unconscious to manifest in the artwork, the artist can begin a process of self-discovery, gaining insight into their own emotional and mental states. Ultimately, visual art serves as a gateway to the unconscious by providing a space where the mind can express its deepest, most complex emotions. Through the creation and interpretation of art, individuals are given the opportunity to access and explore the hidden dimensions of their psyche, unveiling the mysteries that reside beneath the surface of everyday consciousness. Chapter 8: The Role of Color and Shape in Symbolism. Color and shape are two of the most powerful tools used in visual symbolism, as they can evoke deep emotional responses and carry layers of meaning that go beyond their physical properties. In both art and culture, specific colors and shapes are often imbued with symbolic significance that resonates with people on both a personal and collective level. Through the careful use of these elements, artists, designers, and storytellers are able to communicate complex ideas, evoke emotional reactions, and tap into the unconscious mind, conveying meanings that transcend words. Color, in particular, has a profound impact on the human psyche. It is universally understood that different colors can evoke distinct emotional responses. For example, red is often associated with passion, love, and energy, but it can also symbolize danger, anger, or aggression. Blue, on the other hand, is commonly linked to calmness, tranquility, and trust, but it can also represent sadness or melancholy. The psychological impact of color is deeply rooted in human perception and can be used to influence how a viewer interprets a work of art or a symbol. In religious and cultural contexts, color takes on even more significance. For instance, white is often seen as a symbol of purity and innocence in Western cultures, but in some Eastern cultures, it can symbolize mourning and death. The use of color in this way helps to communicate cultural values and shared beliefs, creating layers of meaning that are both individual and collective. Similarly, shapes are powerful carriers of symbolic meaning. Geometric shapes, in particular, have long been associated with specific philosophical or spiritual concepts. For instance, the circle is a universal symbol of wholeness, eternity, and unity. It represents completeness and the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The square, with its four corners, symbolizes stability, order, and the material world. In contrast, the triangle, with its 3 points, is often linked to spiritual or metaphysical ideas, such as the Holy Trinity in Christianity or the balance of mind, body, and spirit in other philosophical traditions. The spiral, a shape that appears frequently in nature, symbolizes growth, change, and the evolution of consciousness. Its continuous flowing form represents an ongoing journey toward enlightenment or transformation. In the realm of art, the interplay of color and shape allows artists to express themes, moods, and psychological states without the need for explicit narrative or figuration. In abstract art, for instance, the use of bold, contrasting colors and dynamic shapes can convey intense emotion or chaotic energy. Artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Mark Rothko employed color and shape to create compositions that spoke directly to the viewer's subconscious, invoking feelings and associations without the need for realistic representation. In symbolist art, color and shape were used not just to depict the visible world, but to evoke hidden meanings, inviting the viewer to connect with the deeper, often mystical aspects of existence. The role of color and shape in symbolism extends far beyond the visual arts. In architecture, red bricks may symbolize strength and tradition, while glass and steel structures can represent modernity and progress. In advertising, color is used strategically to influence consumer behavior, with green signifying health or eco-friendliness, while yellow can evoke feelings of optimism and joy. Ultimately, color and shape in symbolism function as tools of communication that transcend language and culture. They serve as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, allowing us to access deeper layers of meaning and emotion. Whether in the realm of visual art, culture, or everyday life, the use of color and shape shapes how we understand the world and the symbols that define it. Color psychology and symbolism. Color psychology explores how different colors influence human emotions, behaviors, and perceptions, making it a key component in the realm of symbolism. Each color carries with it a unique set of associations, and these associations can evoke subconscious responses that shape our experiences. In art, marketing, culture, and even religion, color is used deliberately to convey specific meanings, stir emotions, and communicate subtle messages that resonate with viewers on a deeper level. Understanding the psychological impact of color can reveal much about how we interpret symbols and how they shape our thoughts and feelings. The color red, for instance, is one of the most powerful and emotionally charged hues in color psychology. It is often associated with energy, passion, and excitement, but can also symbolize danger, anger, and aggression. In Western cultures, red is linked to love and desire, making it a common color in romantic symbolism. In Eastern cultures, however, it can represent luck, prosperity, and celebration. The psychological effect of red is stimulating, increasing heart rate and heightening alertness. Artists and advertisers frequently use red to capture attention and elicit strong emotional reactions, often invoking feelings of urgency or intensity. Blue, in contrast, is typically seen as a calming and soothing color. It symbolizes tranquility, trust, and stability. Blue is often used to convey a sense of reliability, wisdom, and peace, making it a popular choice in corporate branding and healthcare settings. Psychologically, blue has a calming effect on the mind, and its associations with the sky and the sea further emphasize its connection to vastness, serenity, and depth. In religious and spiritual contexts, blue can also symbolize the divine or the heavens, representing a link between the earthly and the celestial. The color yellow holds a unique place in color symbolism due to its bright, uplifting nature. It is often associated with optimism, happiness, and intellectual energy. Yellow can stimulate mental activity and inspire creativity, which is why it is commonly used in spaces designed for learning or brainstorming. However, it also has a more complex side, with associations to caution, cowardice, or warning in some contexts. Yellow's psychological impact is tied to its ability to grab attention, which is why it is used in road signs and advertisements to signal alertness or urgency. Green, a color linked to nature, growth, and renewal, is often associated with balance and harmony. It evokes feelings of peace, restfulness, and fertility, and is commonly used to symbolize life, health, and prosperity. Psychologically, green has a soothing effect on the eyes and promotes a sense of well-being. It is frequently used in environmental and health-related contexts to promote sustainability and wellness. In religious symbolism, green is sometimes linked to immortality or divine favor, representing a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms. Black and white are often viewed as opposites in color psychology, yet both carry rich symbolic meanings. Black is traditionally associated with mystery, power, and sophistication, but it can also represent death, mourning, or the unknown. Its association with authority and elegance makes it a prominent choice in fashion and formal settings. On the other hand, white symbolizes purity, innocence, and new beginnings. It is often used to represent clarity, simplicity, and cleanliness, and in religious contexts, white is associated with divinity, spiritual enlightenment, and the divine light. In the realm of symbolism, color serves as a visual language, transcending cultural and linguistic boundaries. The psychology behind each color influences how we interpret symbols and can alter the way we react to and understand the deeper meanings conveyed through art, design, and cultural rituals. By tapping into the psychological power of color, artists, marketers, and religious leaders are able to create a more profound connection with their audience, evoking emotions and responses that shape the way we perceive and understand the world around us. Geometric shapes as symbols of order and chaos. Geometric shapes have been utilized across cultures, philosophies, and artistic movements as powerful symbols that represent abstract concepts such as order, balance, and chaos. These shapes, often simple yet profound in their meaning, can evoke a sense of harmony or discord depending on their form and context. Throughout history, geometric shapes have served as metaphors for the human experience, illustrating both the structure of the natural world and the potential for disorder that lies within it. The circle is one of the most universal symbols of order, wholeness, and unity. Its continuous, unbroken line is often seen as a representation of eternity, completeness, and perfection. In many religious and spiritual traditions, the circle is used to symbolize the cyclical nature of existence, birth, death, and rebirth. For instance, in Christian symbolism, the circle can represent God's eternal nature, while in Eastern philosophies, it often signifies the flow of life or the endless cycle of reincarnation. In art and architecture, circles can create a sense of harmony and balance, as their symmetrical form appeals to our innate desire for order. In contrast, the triangle holds dual symbolism. On one hand, it is a symbol of stability, strength, and structure, particularly when it is oriented with its base resting firmly on the ground. In Western culture, the triangle often represents the concept of the Holy Trinity in Christianity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, signifying divine order. However, the triangle's upward-pointing form, with its sharp angles and narrow tip, can also evoke tension, imbalance, and even chaos. It is often associated with energy, change, and conflict, as the point suggests a direction or force pushing outward. This dual nature makes the triangle a symbol that can represent both stability and disruption, order and chaos, depending on its position or context. The square, with its 4 equal sides and right angles, is often seen as the epitome of order and structure. It represents stability, security, and the material world. In architecture, the square shape is used to create spaces that convey strength and permanence, such as in buildings, grids, or city layouts. In ancient cultures, the square was associated with the earth and the physical realm, while its rigid structure signified the predictable and reliable nature of life. However, when squares are used in ways that break from the norm, such as in abstract art or chaotic patterns, they can evoke a sense of restriction, rigidity, and an underlying tension between form and freedom. On the other hand, the spiral is a geometric shape that is often linked to chaos and transformation. Its continuous curve, moving outward or inward without a defined endpoint, represents the flow of energy, growth, and evolution. While the spiral can symbolize progress, it is also a symbol of disarray because of its unpredictable nature. In nature, the spiral appears in everything from seashells to galaxies, suggesting both the beauty and inherent unpredictability of the universe. As a symbol, it represents the complexity and unpredictability of life's journey, reminding us that the path forward is not always linear, but may involve twists and turns. Geometric shapes, through their precise forms and proportions, convey deeply symbolic meanings that transcend their physical presence. Whether representing the stability of the square or the transformative energy of the spiral, these shapes offer insight into how we perceive the world and the ongoing interplay between order and chaos. The spiritual meaning of light and darkness. Light and darkness have been powerful symbols in spiritual traditions across the world, representing more than just physical phenomena. They embody profound spiritual concepts, encompassing dualities such as good and evil, knowledge and ignorance, and life and death. These two forces are often seen as metaphors for the human condition, representing inner struggles, moral choices, and the cyclical nature of existence. Their interplay is deeply connected to the human experience, and understanding their spiritual significance can provide insight into our personal journeys and the greater mysteries of life. Light is traditionally associated with enlightenment, knowledge, and divinity. In many spiritual teachings, light symbolizes the presence of the sacred, offering guidance and understanding. It represents clarity and truth, cutting through the shadows of confusion and ignorance. In Christianity, Christ is often referred to as the light of the world, symbolizing divine wisdom and the path to salvation. Similarly, in Eastern traditions like Buddhism, light is a symbol of awakening, with the attainment of enlightenment likened to stepping out of darkness and into the light of understanding. The light can represent not only literal illumination, but also the metaphorical illumination of the mind and soul, a state where one gains insight into higher truths. Light also signifies purity, hope, and renewal. It is often linked to the dawn, a time of rebirth and new beginnings. The break of day after a long night symbolizes the triumph of good over evil, dispelling fear and uncertainty. In many cultures, the sun, as a source of light, is worshipped or revered, representing vitality, power, and the divine force that sustains all life. Light, in this sense, is both a spiritual and physical nourishment, providing the energy necessary for life to thrive. On the opposite end, darkness has a more complex spiritual symbolism. It is often associated with the unknown, the unconscious, and the hidden aspects of existence. In many religious traditions, darkness can symbolize evil, temptation, and ignorance, but it also holds a more profound and ambiguous meaning. Darkness represents the mysteries of life, those elements of existence that cannot be fully understood or controlled. In Jungian psychology, darkness is closely tied to the unconscious mind, where repressed emotions, thoughts, and experiences reside. Confronting the darkness within can lead to personal growth and transformation, as it is through these hidden realms that we can access deeper wisdom about ourselves. However, darkness is not inherently negative. It can also symbolize rest, introspection, and the potential for renewal. Just as the night provides a necessary contrast to the day, darkness allows for reflection, meditation, and the cultivation of inner peace. In certain mystical traditions, the dark is seen as a sacred space where spiritual transformation can take place, allowing for a deeper connection to the divine or the self. Without darkness, there would be no contrast to the light and no opportunity for growth or understanding. Together, light and darkness form a complementary duality, each representing essential aspects of the spiritual journey. The balance between these forces is integral to the human experience. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, the cycle of light and dark reflects the ongoing processes of creation, destruction, and renewal. In spiritual practice, understanding this interplay helps individuals navigate their personal challenges and seek enlightenment, knowing that both light and darkness hold their own sacred significance in the pursuit of truth and wisdom. Colors in religious and cultural contexts. Colors have long held deep symbolic meanings in religious and cultural traditions, representing a wide range of spiritual, moral, and existential themes. Across the world, different colors are imbued with unique significance, often reflecting the beliefs and values of a particular community. In these contexts, colors transcend their visual properties, becoming powerful symbols that communicate complex ideas, evoke emotions, and guide the actions of individuals and groups. The use of colors in religious rituals, attire, and architecture serves as a way to connect the physical with the spiritual, offering insight into the divine and the human experience. In Christianity, colors are often linked to liturgical seasons and sacred events. Purple, for example, symbolizes penitence and royalty. It is commonly used during Advent and Lent, periods of preparation and reflection. The color red, on the other hand, represents the blood of Christ and the Holy Spirit, and it is used in celebrations like Pentecost or feast days of martyrs. White symbolizes purity, holiness, and resurrection, often seen in the celebrations of Easter and in the garments worn by priests during special masses. Green, representing life and growth, is frequently used during ordinary time to reflect the ongoing journey of faith and spiritual development. In Hinduism, colors are integral to religious practices and festivals, each carrying its own unique significance. Saffron, the color of fire and the sun, is sacred in Hinduism, often associated with the quest for truth, renunciation, and divine knowledge. It is worn by holy men and monks, symbolizing their commitment to spiritual pursuit. Red symbolizes both vitality and auspiciousness and is commonly seen in wedding ceremonies and rituals for prosperity and good fortune. Yellow is another important color, representing knowledge, learning, and the presence of the divine. In the sacred art of Rangoli, bright colors such as red, yellow, and green are used to welcome gods and ensure positive energy. In Buddhism, colors also carry significant spiritual meanings. Yellow, representing the middle path, is often associated with the Buddha and his teachings, symbolizing humility and simplicity. Orange, frequently worn by Buddhist monks, signifies the renunciation of worldly desires and the pursuit of enlightenment. White, representing purity, is seen in the robes of monks and in sacred rituals, symbolizing the mind's purity when freed from the distractions of the material world. In Islamic culture, colors are rich in symbolism, though Islamic tradition generally avoids depictions of the divine through imagery. The use of green, often seen in flags and sacred texts, is associated with the Prophet Muhammad and paradise. It represents peace, tranquility, and the sacred. White in Islam is associated with purity, modesty, and cleanliness, and it is often worn during important religious events like Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. Black, commonly seen in the Kaaba, the sacred building in Mecca, symbolizes the presence of God and the universality of faith. Indigenous cultures also assign deep meanings to colors. For example, in Native American traditions, colors are frequently connected to the 4 cardinal directions, each linked with specific elements, seasons, and spiritual qualities. Red, often associated with the South, symbolizes warmth, life, and growth. Black, representing the West, is linked with death and the unknown, but also with introspection and wisdom gained from experience. White represents the North, associated with purity, spirituality, and renewal, while yellow represents the East, a symbol of dawn and new beginnings. The power of color in religious and cultural contexts extends beyond aesthetic preferences, reflecting the belief that colors are imbued with spiritual energy capable of influencing one's mental, emotional, and spiritual states. Whether in sacred texts, ceremonial attire, or architectural design, colors serve as tools of connection, providing a visual and sensory link between the earthly and the divine, and offering meaning to the rituals, beliefs, and practices of people across the world. Creating symbolic meaning through design. Design, whether in art, architecture, fashion, or branding, often serves as a conduit for symbolic meaning, allowing creators to convey complex messages through shapes, colors, patterns, and structures. The power of design lies not only in its visual appeal, but also in its ability to tap into deeper, often subconscious layers of understanding. Designers, whether consciously or unconsciously, draw on a rich history of symbols and cultural meanings to evoke emotions, communicate ideas, and influence perceptions. At the heart of symbolic design is the use of color, which has long been recognized for its ability to influence mood and convey meaning. Designers often choose specific colors to align with the values or emotions they want to evoke. For example, the use of red in a logo can symbolize passion, excitement, or danger, while blue may evoke calmness, trust, and professionalism. The color choices in a design can make an immediate, visceral impact on the viewer, often before any conscious interpretation takes place. These colors can help establish a tone or guide the viewer's emotional response, whether it's in the context of a brand identity, a work of art, or an interior space. Shapes and patterns also play a significant role in conveying symbolic meaning. Geometric shapes like circles, triangles, and squares carry inherent symbolism as discussed in the context of their spiritual and philosophical meanings. For example, the circle represents unity, eternity, and completeness, while the triangle may symbolize stability or change depending on its orientation. Designers often employ these shapes strategically to express ideas of balance, harmony, or even tension. Organic or free-form shapes, on the other hand, may evoke a sense of nature, fluidity, or chaos, depending on how they're used. The repetition of patterns can symbolize rhythm, cycles, and harmony, while irregular patterns may suggest disruption or the breaking of norms. In architecture, the design of buildings and spaces can reflect cultural and religious beliefs through its form and layout. Sacred structures like temples, churches, or mosques often incorporate symbolic elements in their design to enhance the spiritual experience of the space. The layout of a building, the materials used, and even the orientation of windows or doors can all carry specific meanings. For example, the centrality of the altar in a church or the Qibla wall in a mosque serves as symbolic focal points that direct attention toward the divine. The incorporation of light and shadow through architectural elements can also create symbolic meanings, such as representing the divine presence or the eternal cycle of life. In fashion design, clothing can carry powerful symbolic meanings, whether through the use of color, fabric, or style. For example, certain garments might symbolize power, status, or cultural identity, while others may represent rebellion, freedom, or conformity. The choice of materials can also be symbolic. Silk may denote luxury and wealth, while more modest fabrics can signify simplicity or humility. Fashion designers often play with these symbols to make statements, comment on social issues, or create a particular identity through clothing. In all forms of design, the intentional or unintentional use of symbolism serves to communicate more than just aesthetic preferences. It tells a story. Whether it's conveying cultural values, personal identity, or universal truths, designers tap into the deep well of symbolic meaning to resonate with their audience on a profound level. By carefully crafting symbolic elements into their work, designers create pieces that go beyond the surface, inviting viewers to interpret and connect with the deeper meanings woven into the design. Chapter 9, Symbols in Architecture. Architecture, as both an art form and a functional discipline, has long utilized symbols to convey meaning and to represent cultural, religious, and philosophical ideals. The structures we build are not simply shelters. They reflect the values, beliefs, and aspirations of the societies that create them. Whether in ancient temples, modern skyscrapers, or sacred spaces, symbols embedded in architecture serve to communicate the intangible, spirituality, identity, power, and harmony with physical materials and forms. One of the most evident ways symbols are used in architecture is through religious structures, where every detail of design often carries deep symbolic meaning. In Christianity, for example, the cross is a prominent symbol that appears in the design of churches, with its presence marking the sacredness of the space. The layout of churches often mirrors Christian theological beliefs, with the altar positioned at the eastern end to symbolize the rising sun and the resurrection. In Islamic architecture, the mihrab, a niche in the wall that points toward Mecca, serves as a symbol of divine direction, reminding worshippers of their spiritual journey. The absence of human figures in Islamic art and architecture also suggests a focus on the abstract, where patterns and calligraphy become a means of spiritual expression. The concept of sacred geometry is another way symbols manifest in architecture. Many ancient cultures believed in the divine harmony of numbers and proportions, incorporating these principles into the design of their buildings. The golden ratio, a mathematical proportion often seen in nature, is used in the design of structures such as the Parthenon in Athens and in the proportions of Gothic cathedrals. This ratio is thought to represent balance, beauty, and the interconnectedness of the universe. In this way, the physical structure of a building becomes an embodiment of cosmic order and divine perfection. Doors and windows in architecture also carry symbolic meanings. Doors are often seen as thresholds between different worlds, with the act of passing through a door symbolizing transition, transformation, or access to new knowledge. In many cultures, the doorway represents the entrance to the soul, as it marks the boundary between the material and the spiritual realms. Windows, meanwhile, allow light to enter a building, symbolizing enlightenment, hope, and the connection between the inner and outer worlds. The design of arches in Gothic cathedrals, for instance, often signifies a spiritual ascent or the desire to reach towards the divine. In secular architecture, symbols can still be found in the design of monuments, public buildings, and even private homes. The use of columns, for example, symbolizes strength and endurance, a feature seen in both ancient Greek and Roman architecture, as well as in neoclassical government buildings. The layout of gardens and public spaces also carries symbolic weight, representing ideals of balance, order, and the human connection to nature. Architecture's use of symbols extends beyond religious or cultural boundaries. It offers a universal language that can convey meaning to people regardless of their background. By shaping space with intention and symbolism, architects create environments that not only serve practical needs, but also invite reflection, instill a sense of wonder, and connect individuals to the larger narratives of history, culture, and the divine. In this way, architecture is much more than a utilitarian pursuit. It is a language of symbols that speaks to the deepest aspects of the human experience. Sacred geometry and its influence on architecture. Sacred geometry is an ancient philosophical concept that explores the inherent patterns and mathematical ratios found in nature and their symbolic significance. It is based on the belief that certain geometric shapes and proportions reflect the underlying order of the universe and the divine. This idea has deeply influenced architecture throughout history, especially in the design of religious and sacred spaces, where these principles are believed to bring harmony, balance, and a connection to the divine. One of the most well-known principles of sacred geometry is the golden ratio, often represented by the Greek letter phi. This ratio, approximately 1.618, is found in many natural forms, from the spirals of seashells to the branching of trees and the structure of flowers. It has been utilized in architecture for thousands of years to create aesthetically pleasing proportions that align with the natural world. The Parthenon in Athens, for example, is said to embody the golden ratio in its design, as are many Renaissance buildings and works of art. The belief is that the golden ratio reflects a divine order, and by incorporating it into the built environment, architects can create spaces that resonate with cosmic harmony and perfection. In addition to the golden ratio, sacred geometry also includes other shapes and patterns, such as the flower of life, vesica piscis, and platonic solids. These shapes are seen as representations of the fundamental building blocks of the universe. The flower of life, composed of multiple overlapping circles, is considered a symbol of creation and the interconnectedness of all life. In architecture, these geometric patterns are often incorporated into designs to evoke spiritual energy and a sense of unity. For instance, the intricate mandalas seen in Hindu and Buddhist temples often follow these geometric principles, guiding worshippers into a meditative state and symbolizing the infinite nature of the divine. Cathedrals and churches built during the medieval period also exemplify the influence of sacred geometry. In Gothic architecture, the use of pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses allowed for the creation of expansive, light-filled interiors. The layout of many Gothic cathedrals was designed to align with celestial movements, incorporating astronomical alignments into their construction. The design of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, for example, follows a geometric plan that aligns with specific stars and constellations, symbolizing a connection between the earthly realm and the heavens. Sacred geometry also informs the design of Islamic architecture, where intricate geometric patterns are used in the decoration of mosques and palaces. These patterns, often involving interlacing circles, stars, and polygons, are not merely ornamental, but serve to express the infinite nature of God. Islamic architects adhered to geometric principles to create harmonious spaces that elevate the spirit and emphasize the beauty of the divine order. Overall, sacred geometry provides architects with a framework for designing spaces that go beyond mere functionality. By aligning their work with the proportions and patterns found in nature, architects create buildings that inspire awe, evoke spiritual reflection, and symbolize a deeper connection to the cosmos and the divine. Through the use of sacred geometry, architecture becomes a visual language of the universe, offering a space for contemplation, worship, and the experience of the sacred. Gothic and Baroque architecture, symbols in the built environment. Gothic and Baroque architecture are two distinct but equally significant periods in the history of Western architecture, both rich in symbolic meaning. Each style incorporates symbolism that reflects the spiritual and cultural values of their time, blending form and function in ways that elevate the built environment beyond mere structural necessity. These architectural styles use design elements as tools for conveying divine presence, power, and human aspiration. Gothic architecture, which flourished from the 12th to the 16th centuries, is often associated with soaring cathedrals and grand churches. This style was driven by the desire to create spaces that symbolize the transcendence of God and the heavenly realm. The most prominent feature of Gothic architecture is the pointed arch, which allows for greater height and the inclusion of expansive stained glass windows. These windows were not only ornamental, but symbolic, telling biblical stories and reflecting light in a way that was thought to represent divine illumination. The design of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, for example, integrates light and height to evoke the grandeur of God and the spiritual journey upward toward salvation. The use of verticality in Gothic buildings is another important symbolic element. The height of the structure draws the gaze upward, reminding worshippers of the divine and their own connection to the heavens. The intricate ribbed vaults and flying buttresses that support these buildings symbolize divine support and protection, ensuring the stability and sanctity of the sacred space. Additionally, gargoyles, which are often seen perched on the exterior of Gothic cathedrals, serve both as decorative elements and as symbols of protection against evil spirits. Their grotesque forms were believed to ward off evil, protecting the sacred space within. On the other hand, Baroque architecture, which emerged in the 17th century, embraced a more dynamic and emotional style, reflecting the religious and political upheavals of the time. Baroque architects sought to evoke awe and wonder, drawing the viewer into a deeper experience of the divine. The curved lines, ornate detailing, and dramatic contrasts of light and shadow in Baroque structures were designed to overwhelm the senses and create a sense of divine presence in the physical world. The use of dome structures, such as in St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, symbolizes the heavens above and the eternal nature of God's reign. Baroque buildings also used symbolism to assert the power and grandeur of the Catholic Church during the Counter-Reformation. The columns, which were frequently used in Baroque facades, symbolized the strength and stability of the church, while the use of gold leaf and rich decorations signified the wealth and divine right of the church. This was particularly evident in the work of architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini, who designed the grandiose piazza outside St. Peter's Basilica. The design of the piazza, with its colonnade stretching outward in a gesture of embrace, symbolized the welcoming nature of the church and its role as a protector of the faithful. Both Gothic and Baroque architecture utilize powerful symbols to convey deep spiritual and cultural meanings. Gothic architecture elevates the soul through height and light, while Baroque architecture engages the viewer's emotions through movement, ornamentation, and dramatic contrasts. Together, these architectural styles represent humanity's desire to express the divine through physical spaces, making the intangible visible in the built environment. Modern architecture and symbolic design elements. Modern architecture, emerging in the early 20th century, represents a departure from the ornate and symbolic styles of the past. Its focus on minimalism, functionality, and innovation often seems at odds with traditional symbolic design. However, modern architects still incorporate symbolic elements into their buildings, albeit in more abstract, subtle, and conceptual forms. Rather than relying on decorative embellishments or religious iconography, modern architecture uses materials, shapes, and spatial relationships to convey meaning, reflecting the evolving values and aspirations of society. One of the most significant shifts in modern architecture is the use of clean lines and open spaces, symbolizing transparency, honesty, and the rejection of unnecessary decoration. Modernist architects like Le Corbusier, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, and Frank Lloyd Wright embraced these principles, emphasizing functionality and the idea that form should follow function. The glass curtain wall, for example, became a defining feature of modern skyscrapers. It not only maximized natural light, but also symbolized transparency, offering a sense of openness and accessibility in an era that prized efficiency and progress. Buildings like the Seagram Building in New York reflect this principle, with their simple yet powerful geometric forms and glass exteriors. In addition to functional elements, modern architecture also explores the symbolism of materials. Steel, glass, and concrete became common materials, each with its own symbolic meaning. Steel, often used in skyscrapers, represents strength, durability, and the industrial age's forward-thinking mentality. Glass, as used in the international style, conveys transparency and the desire for openness, symbolizing a break from the restrictive, hierarchical structures of the past. Concrete, in its raw and unfinished form, can symbolize modernity and the embrace of the industrial era, often used in brutalist architecture to convey honesty and directness. Modern buildings also express symbolic ideas through their shapes and forms. The circle, for instance, is a shape that has continued to appear in modern design, often symbolizing unity, wholeness, and eternity. The symmetrical and asymmetrical forms used in modern architecture can be seen as representations of order and chaos, respectively. For example, in Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim Museum, the spiral shape suggests organic growth and a continuous journey, symbolizing the ever-evolving nature of human experience. Another crucial symbolic element in modern architecture is the relationship between the interior and exterior spaces. In many modern buildings, the seamless transition between indoor and outdoor areas conveys a sense of harmony with nature and the environment. This idea is especially prominent in mid-century modern homes, where large windows and open floor plans reflect a belief in the connection between humanity and the natural world. While modern architecture may not always engage in overt symbolism, its design principles carry deep meanings about society's evolving values, priorities, and ideologies. Through minimalist forms, innovative use of materials, and an emphasis on function and transparency, modern architecture reflects a symbolic response to the industrial age, technological advancement, and the desire for a more egalitarian, progressive society. In this way, modern buildings continue to serve as symbolic expressions of contemporary culture, even as they distance themselves from traditional design elements. The role of space and structure in symbolism. Space and structure are fundamental elements in the creation of symbolic meaning in architecture and design. Both influence the way people experience a building or environment, guiding emotions, behaviors, and interpretations. Throughout history, architects and designers have used space and structure not only to fulfill functional needs, but also to convey deeper meanings. from religious symbolism to cultural identity. The arrangement of space and the organization of structure can evoke psychological, emotional, and spiritual responses, making them essential tools for creating meaningful built environments. One of the most powerful ways in which space becomes symbolic is through its organization. The way a space is divided, the proportions of its elements, and its flow can shape how people interact with it. In religious architecture, for example, spaces are often arranged in a way that symbolizes the journey of the soul. Cathedrals and temples typically feature long, nave-like halls that draw the worshipper's gaze forward, guiding them toward an altar or sacred space. This layout can symbolize the spiritual journey toward enlightenment or salvation. The centralized plan, often seen in Byzantine and Renaissance churches, with its focus on a central focal point, represents the idea of divine unity, emphasizing the importance of the sacred and the cosmos' harmonious order. In contrast, secular architecture also uses spatial design to evoke particular themes. The open floor plan, a hallmark of modern homes and offices, represents transparency, freedom, and the dissolution of hierarchical barriers. By removing physical walls and barriers between different functions of a space, open plans symbolize egalitarianism, promoting an ideal of equality and shared experience. The fluidity of the open plan, where different zones can flow seamlessly into one another, encourages the idea of unity, connectivity, and the breaking down of boundaries. The structure of a building also plays a significant role in its symbolic meaning. The choice of materials, support systems, and building techniques often carries deep cultural or ideological significance. For example, the use of stone in Gothic cathedrals symbolizes permanence, strength, and the connection to the earth. The vaulted ceilings and flying buttresses in these buildings create a sense of verticality, pointing upwards and symbolizing a connection to the divine. This vertical orientation also reflects the idea of ascent, both physical and spiritual, as the churchgoer is encouraged to look up and contemplate the heavens. In modern architecture, the steel skeleton, or reinforced concrete structure, is often used to evoke ideas of industrial progress, innovation, and the future. Buildings like the Empire State Building or the Sydney Opera House are iconic examples of how the structural design of a building can symbolize human achievement and the spirit of the modern age. The use of glass in many modern buildings also creates a sense of transparency and openness, reinforcing the idea of freedom, accessibility, and connection with the outside world. In both sacred and secular contexts, the role of space and structure in symbolism is not only about the aesthetic experience of a building, but also about the deeper, often subconscious messages that these elements communicate. Whether guiding spiritual reflection or symbolizing social values, space and structure serve as powerful tools for creating environments that resonate with meaning, shaping the way people interact with the world around them. Symbolism in temples, churches, and monuments. Temples, churches, and monuments are among the most symbolic structures in human history, serving not only as physical spaces for worship, celebration, and commemoration, but also as powerful expressions of cultural, religious, and spiritual beliefs. The architecture and design of these buildings are imbued with symbolism that conveys complex messages about the divine, human nature, and the connection between the two. From the sacred geometry of temples to the towering spires of churches and the monumental scale of public memorials, these structures communicate deep symbolic meanings, often transcending their immediate function. In religious architecture, temples and churches are often designed to reflect the spiritual journey, guiding the worshiper's experience from the profane to the sacred. In Hindu and Buddhist temples, for example, the inner sanctum, where the deity resides, is designed as a space of intense focus and contemplation. The temple's exterior might symbolize the cosmos, with carvings, sculptures, and architectural forms representing cosmic order and divine energy. In Christian churches, particularly those in the Gothic style, the design is centered on the idea of ascending toward the divine. The towering spires or vaulted ceilings symbolize the soul's ascent to heaven, drawing the eye upward and creating a sense of awe and reverence. The nave, or central hall, represents the journey of life, while the altar and sanctuary are focal points where the divine is most present. In both temple and church design, light plays an essential symbolic role. Stained glass windows in churches, for instance, are more than decorative elements. They are intended to reflect divine light, guiding the worshiper towards spiritual enlightenment. The colorful glass often depicts biblical scenes or saints, creating a visual narrative that reinforces religious teachings. Similarly, Hindu temples may have ritual lighting or oil lamps as part of the worship experience, symbolizing the presence of the divine and the dispelling of darkness, ignorance, by the light of knowledge. Monuments, though not primarily religious, are equally rich in symbolism. National monuments and memorials, such as the Great Wall of China or the Pyramids of Egypt, often symbolize cultural identity, historical achievements, and national pride. These structures are designed to inspire awe and reflection, commemorating important events or figures in history. For example, the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. uses its neoclassical design, with its columns and grandeur, to symbolize the enduring principles of democracy and freedom. The reflecting pool in front of the memorial mirrors the statue of Abraham Lincoln, symbolizing the connection between the nation's past struggles and its ongoing journey toward equality. In all of these structures, the use of space and materials further reinforces the symbolism. The choice of building materials, whether the stone used in ancient monuments or the wood and glass of modern churches, can represent the connection between humanity and the divine. The verticality of the buildings symbolizes the link between earth and heaven, while symmetry often reflects the order and harmony of the universe. Overall, temples, churches, and monuments are far more than places of function. They are deeply symbolic expressions of humanity's desire to understand and connect with the divine, to commemorate the past, and to express values that transcend the physical world. Their designs, through careful attention to form, light, space, and materials, serve to elevate the spiritual and cultural significance of the places they represent. Chapter 10: Psychological Perspectives on Symbolism. Symbolism plays a significant role in psychology, serving as a bridge between the conscious mind and the deeper, often hidden layers of the unconscious. From a psychological perspective, symbols are not just abstract representations, but are deeply connected to our emotional, cognitive, and spiritual processes. They serve as a means through which individuals can make sense of their inner worlds, express feelings and thoughts that are difficult to articulate, and connect to larger universal truths. One of the most well-known theories on the role of symbolism in psychology comes from Carl Jung, who believed that symbols serve as a pathway to the unconscious mind. He proposed that symbols are the language through which the unconscious communicates with the conscious self. According to Jung, many symbols are archetypes, universal patterns or motifs that exist across cultures and are embedded in the collective unconscious. These archetypes, such as the hero, the shadow, and the anima animus, appear in myths, dreams, and symbols and are central to understanding the human experience. For instance, the snake, a symbol found in various cultures, might represent transformation, danger, or healing, depending on the context. Jung argued that understanding these symbols can lead to greater self-awareness and psychological integration, as they reflect the fundamental forces that shape our personalities and behaviors. Symbols also serve as tools for emotional expression and healing. In dream analysis, a key method used by both Freud and Jung, symbols are interpreted as representations of unconscious desires, fears, and conflicts. Freud, for example, view dreams as a window into the repressed parts of the psyche, and the symbols in dreams provided a way to access these hidden aspects of the self. A flying dream could symbolize a desire for freedom or escape, while a falling dream might point to feelings of insecurity or loss of control. In both cases, understanding the symbol helps individuals confront and integrate the emotions and conflicts underlying their dreams. In addition to their personal significance, symbols can also influence behavior and perception. The power of cultural symbols, such as national flags, religious icons, or company logos, demonstrates how symbols can evoke strong emotional reactions and shape collective identity. These symbols often carry meaning that transcends individual experience, resonating with shared beliefs, values, and cultural narratives. For example, the cross in Christianity is a symbol of sacrifice, redemption, and hope, while the peace symbol is associated with social justice, activism, and unity. Psychologically, symbols also allow individuals to engage with abstract concepts that are hard to grasp directly. Concepts like justice, freedom, or love are often represented through symbols that give these ideas a more tangible form, making them easier to comprehend and internalize. This is particularly important in art therapy, where patients use symbols to express emotions and thoughts that might be difficult to verbalize. In this context, symbols act as a therapeutic tool, helping individuals process trauma and make sense of their experiences. In conclusion, symbolism is an essential element of the psychological process, serving as a means of communication between the conscious and unconscious mind. It helps individuals navigate their emotional landscapes, understand their internal conflicts, and engage with complex, abstract ideas. Through symbols, the psyche is able to express and process feelings, creating a powerful connection between inner and outer worlds. Carl Jung and the collective unconscious. Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in the development of modern psychology. His theory of the collective unconscious has had a profound impact on how we understand symbolism, human behavior, and the deeper layers of the psyche. According to Jung, the unconscious mind is not solely a repository of repressed personal memories or desires, as Freud proposed, but is also shaped by universal inherited structures that are common to all human beings. This collective unconscious is made up of archetypes, which are primordial symbols and patterns that are present in the myths, dreams, and cultures of every society across history. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious suggests that, while individuals may have unique personal experiences and memories, certain fundamental symbols and motifs are shared by all humans, regardless of cultural or geographic background. These archetypes manifest in dreams, religious symbols, and mythological figures, and they help individuals navigate their inner and outer worlds. For example, the wise old man, the hero, the shadow, and the anima animus are archetypal figures that appear universally in stories, legends, and dreams. These symbols hold deep psychological significance and are expressions of fundamental human experiences, such as the struggle between light and darkness, or the quest for self-knowledge and integration. The archetypes themselves are not static or universal images, but rather dynamic patterns of thought and behavior that shape the way individuals experience the world. Jung believed that they are rooted in the unconscious mind and have been passed down through generations, embedded in the very fabric of human consciousness. Because the collective unconscious is inherited and shared across all humans, it is, according to Jung, a source of psychological wisdom that transcends personal experience. The archetypes are expressed in a multitude of ways, including religious iconography, dreams, folklore, and art, making them an integral part of the human experience. In Jung's view, the process of individuation, the journey towards self-realization and psychological wholeness, requires individuals to confront and integrate these archetypes. By understanding and embracing the symbols and patterns of the collective unconscious, one can achieve greater self-awareness and balance. For instance, recognizing the shadow, The darker, repressed aspects of the self can lead to greater emotional health and personal growth. Jung believed that these symbols, although deeply ingrained, can be consciously accessed and understood through dream analysis, active imagination, and engagement with art and mythology. Jung's theory of the collective unconscious highlights the profound power of symbols in human psychology. It suggests that the symbols we encounter are not merely products of individual imagination, but reflections of a deep, shared psychological heritage. Through these symbols, we connect to our collective humanity, tapping into universal themes that resonate across time and space. Jung's work continues to be a key influence in the fields of psychology, art, religion, and cultural studies, providing a framework for understanding how symbols shape our lives and our collective consciousness. Symbols as archetypes in the human psyche. In Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious, archetypes are central to understanding the deep, universal structures that shape human experience. Archetypes are primordial, inherited symbols or patterns of thought that exist in the collective unconscious, shared across all cultures and eras. These symbols, although they vary in form, embody fundamental human experiences and emotions that transcend personal histories. Archetypes serve as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, providing a language for the inner world and influencing the way individuals perceive themselves and the world around them. Archetypes are not mere abstract concepts. They are living symbols that manifest in various forms, from mythological figures and religious icons to dreams and artistic expressions. These symbols serve as templates for understanding complex psychological experiences. For example, the hero archetype represents the journey of overcoming adversity and personal transformation, often depicted in stories of heroes like Hercules, King Arthur, or even modern figures in film. The shadow, another key archetype, represents the darker, hidden aspects of the psyche, those traits, desires, or fears that an individual may not consciously acknowledge, but are nonetheless powerful forces in shaping behavior. Confronting and integrating the shadow can lead to personal growth and a more balanced self. The anima and animus, the feminine and masculine aspects of the psyche, are also important archetypes in Jungian psychology. The anima represents the inner feminine in men, while the animus represents the inner masculine in women. These archetypes manifest in dreams and relationships and are essential for achieving psychological integration. Jung believed that acknowledging and balancing the anima and animus within oneself was necessary for individuation, the process of becoming a whole and authentic person. The wise old man archetype represents wisdom, guidance, and inner truth, often depicted in myths as a mentor or sage figure who imparts knowledge to the hero. This archetype symbolizes the potential for spiritual and psychological growth, providing a connection to deeper knowledge that transcends the individual's conscious mind. Similarly, the mother archetype embodies nurturing, protection, and creation. It can appear as a literal mother or as a symbolic figure representing the earth, nature, or the nurturing aspect of the psyche. Jung believed that these archetypes, though unconscious, are expressed in all humans, shaping not only personal development, but also cultural and spiritual traditions. Their presence in myths, religious stories, and personal dreams reflects the shared human experience. By becoming aware of and integrating these archetypes, individuals can better understand their motivations, conflicts, and paths to self-realization. Archetypes act as guiding symbols, helping people navigate their inner and outer worlds, offering insight into the universal aspects of the human psyche. In this sense, the symbols we encounter are not just arbitrary. They are deeply tied to the essential, collective nature of humanity itself. Dream interpretation and the role of symbols. Dreams have long been a source of fascination and mystery, providing insight into the unconscious mind and offering a deeper understanding of our inner worlds. In both ancient and modern times, dreams have been seen as a way for the psyche to communicate with the conscious mind, using symbols and imagery that reflect our emotional states, desires, fears, and unresolved conflicts. Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, two of the most influential figures in psychology, both emphasized the significance of symbols in dreams, believing that dream interpretation could lead to self-awareness and psychological healing. For Freud, dreams were a reflection of repressed desires, often related to sexual or aggressive impulses, and the symbols in these dreams acted as a veil for these unconscious wishes. He proposed that dreams serve as a form of wish fulfillment, allowing the unconscious mind to express desires that the conscious mind has suppressed or denied. The symbols in dreams, then, were seen as disguises for these repressed thoughts and feelings. For example, Freud suggested that objects like doors, stairs, or houses might represent sexual symbols, and dreams of flying or falling could indicate a sense of liberation or insecurity. In this framework, dream symbols are typically analyzed in the context of personal life experiences and the unconscious conflicts within them. Jung, on the other hand, viewed dreams as a more profound connection to the collective unconscious, a deeper layer of the psyche that holds universal symbols shared across cultures and time. Jung believed that dream symbols were not just personal, but also archetypal in nature, representing universal themes that connect all human beings. He identified symbols in dreams as manifestations of archetypes, such as the hero, shadow, anima animus, and the wise old man. According to Jung, these symbols served as messages from the unconscious, providing guidance and helping individuals to confront unresolved psychological issues. For example, dreams of water might symbolize emotional depths or a need for purification, while journeys in dreams could represent the path toward self-discovery and individuation. Both Freud and Jung acknowledged that the interpretation of dream symbols is highly subjective and should be considered within the context of the dreamer's life and emotional state. Symbols in dreams are deeply personal, and their meanings can shift depending on the individual's experiences, fears, and desires. Dream interpretation is therefore not a rigid science, but an art that requires intuitive insight and careful reflection. In addition to personal insights, dream symbols often speak to deeper, universal themes that transcend individual experience. Recurrent dreams, in particular, are seen as significant, often indicating unresolved psychological issues or deeply embedded fears and desires that the conscious mind has not fully acknowledged. By analyzing the symbols in dreams, individuals can gain valuable insights into their inner world, leading to healing, personal growth, and a greater sense of self-awareness. In this sense, dreams act as a symbolic language of the unconscious, guiding individuals on their path to understanding themselves. Symbols as tools for personal growth. Symbols have long been recognized as powerful tools for personal growth and self-awareness. Across cultures, religions, and spiritual practices, symbols are used to represent deeper meanings that can help individuals understand their inner landscapes and navigate their paths towards self-discovery. At the core of this concept is the idea that symbols are not mere representations of objects or ideas, but rather reflections of psychological and emotional states. By engaging with these symbols, individuals can access unconscious aspects of the self and unlock insights that promote healing, transformation, and a deeper connection with their true essence. In psychology, particularly in the work of Carl Jung, symbols are seen as bridges between the conscious and unconscious mind. Jung believed that engaging with symbolic imagery allowed individuals to confront repressed emotions, unresolved conflicts, and hidden desires. The process of individuation, or becoming one's true self, often involves recognizing and integrating these unconscious elements into the conscious mind. Symbols, such as those found in dreams, art, or mythology, serve as a means of unlocking deeper layers of the psyche. For example, a dream featuring a snake could symbolize transformation, shedding old beliefs or patterns, or even confronting one's own fears. By reflecting on these symbols, individuals can begin to process and integrate difficult emotions, which is a crucial step in personal growth. Symbols also act as metaphors for larger life processes, guiding individuals toward a more fulfilling existence. For instance, the hero's journey, a powerful archetypal symbol found in countless myths and stories, can mirror an individual's journey of overcoming adversity and achieving personal empowerment. Embracing this symbol can inspire courage and resilience, encouraging individuals to face challenges with a sense of purpose and determination. Similarly, the tree of life, found in various spiritual traditions, can symbolize personal growth, wisdom, and interconnectedness. Connecting with such symbols can help individuals reflect on their own growth, gain perspective on their life's path, and recognize the wisdom they've accumulated along the way. Symbols are also often used in meditation, mindfulness, and other spiritual practices as focal points to direct attention and intention. Whether it is a mandala used for concentration, a lotus flower representing spiritual enlightenment, or a cross symbolizing sacrifice and redemption, these powerful images can act as anchors for deeper introspection. Through such practices, individuals can tap into their inner wisdom, cultivate self-awareness, and achieve a sense of inner peace. Ultimately, symbols serve as external manifestations of internal processes. By engaging with them consciously, individuals can foster a greater understanding of themselves, gain clarity in their decision-making, and unlock their potential for personal transformation. The process of interpreting and reflecting on symbols, whether through dreams, art, or spiritual practice, offers a profound means of exploring the unconscious mind and embracing personal growth. The psychology of religious and mystical symbols. Religious and mystical symbols are powerful elements that help connect the conscious mind to the unconscious, offering profound insights into spiritual and psychological realms. These symbols transcend cultural boundaries, appearing in various forms across different traditions, and are often imbued with deep meaning that resonates on both a personal and collective level. In psychological terms, religious and mystical symbols can be seen as a manifestation of the unconscious mind's attempt to communicate essential truths about the self, the divine, and the universe. They have the power to evoke transformation, healing, and growth, providing individuals with a framework for understanding existential questions and experiences. From a psychological perspective, Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious is particularly relevant when discussing religious and mystical symbols. According to Jung, the collective unconscious is a shared layer of the unconscious mind that holds universal symbols and archetypes, which are inherited across generations and cultures. Religious symbols, such as the cross, lotus, tree of life, or crescent moon, can be seen as archetypal representations of deep, innate truths about human existence. These symbols transcend individual experience and speak to the collective psyche, touching on universal themes of birth, death, transformation, and the divine. They serve as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, facilitating communication between the two and providing a path to self-discovery and spiritual growth. Religious symbols also hold significant psychological value in terms of personal transformation. For many, engaging with sacred symbols can evoke profound emotional responses, leading to a sense of connection with something greater than the self. For instance, the symbol of the light in many spiritual traditions represents enlightenment, inner wisdom, and the divine. In this way, the symbol of light can serve as a psychological tool to overcome fear, ignorance, and confusion. Similarly, the circle in various mystical traditions represents wholeness, unity, and eternity, offering a symbol of integration and balance within the individual psyche. When individuals engage with these symbols, they often experience a deep sense of meaning, as if they are tapping into something timeless and universal, which can promote personal healing and inner peace. On a psychological level, mystical symbols also have the power to evoke altered states of consciousness. Meditation, prayer, or ritual that involves these symbols can lead individuals into a state of deep reflection, fostering a sense of inner stillness and connection to the divine. In this altered state, the symbols become a gateway to unconscious processes, allowing repressed emotions or unresolved conflicts to surface and be addressed. The mandala, for example, is widely used in both Eastern and Western traditions as a tool for meditation, representing the universe and the self in a circular form. By focusing on the mandala, individuals are able to access deeper layers of consciousness, facilitating psychological integration and spiritual growth. In conclusion, religious and mystical symbols are not just representations of external spiritual realities, but powerful tools for psychological exploration and transformation. By understanding and reflecting on these symbols, individuals can tap into the unconscious mind's wisdom, fostering personal growth, healing, and a deeper connection to both the self and the divine. These symbols are essential in navigating the complex human experience and are invaluable in the journey towards self-awareness and spiritual enlightenment. Chapter 11: The Role of Symbols in Magic and Occultism. Symbols have played an essential role in the practices of magic and occultism for centuries, serving as powerful tools for manipulating spiritual forces, accessing hidden knowledge, and facilitating personal transformation. In the realm of the occult, symbols are not merely representations of abstract concepts. They are seen as embodiments of magical energy with the ability to influence reality. By using symbols in ritual, spellwork, or meditation, practitioners believe they can tap into unseen forces, align themselves with cosmic laws, and manifest their desires. The role of symbols in magic is deeply tied to the belief that the material world is interconnected with a spiritual or unseen realm, and that symbols serve as a bridge between these dimensions. In occult traditions, symbols are often viewed as having inherent power that transcends language and thought. For example, the pentagram, a five-pointed star, is widely used in Western occult practices such as Wicca and ceremonial magic. It is believed to represent the elements earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, each point acting as a conduit to the forces associated with those elements. The act of drawing the pentagram or meditating upon it is thought to invoke protection, balance, and harmony, as well as direct the practitioner's energy towards specific magical outcomes. Similarly, the hexagram, or Star of David, with its interlocking triangles, is often used in Kabbalistic and alchemical traditions to represent the union of opposites and the integration of the spiritual and material realms. In alchemy, symbols like the Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail, convey the idea of eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. This symbol is often used in occult rituals to signify transformation, regeneration, and the continual flow of energy through the universe. Alchemists believed that understanding the symbolism of such images could unlock hidden truths about the nature of existence and enable them to achieve spiritual enlightenment or mastery over material substances. In the world of tarot, each card is itself a symbol, rich with esoteric meaning. The Magician card, for instance, represents the ability to manifest one's desires through mastery of the elements, while the Moon card signifies intuition, illusions, and the unconscious mind. Tarot symbols provide insight into the past, present, and future, offering guidance to those who seek to understand their lives through mystical symbols. Furthermore, in ritual magic, the use of symbols is seen as a way to communicate directly with spiritual entities or forces. Practitioners often inscribe symbols on altars, candles, or amulets as a means of focusing their intentions and invoking the power of specific deities, angels, or spirits. The sigils, which are stylized symbols or letters created for a specific purpose, are commonly used in contemporary magical practices to manifest desires or create protective barriers. By concentrating on these symbols, practitioners believe they are channeling their energy into the unseen realms, aligning their will with the forces of the universe to bring about change in the material world. In conclusion, symbols are indispensable in magic and occultism, offering a way to access hidden dimensions of reality and the psyche. They are not passive representations, but active tools, capable of influencing the material world through their inherent power. For practitioners of the occult, symbols serve as a means of connecting with higher powers, shaping their environment, and achieving personal transformation. The use of symbols in magic rituals. In the realm of magic, symbols are regarded as potent tools for channeling spiritual energies, influencing the physical world, and manifesting specific intentions. Rituals in which symbols play a central role are the means by which practitioners attempt to connect with higher forces, evoke spirits, or manifest desired outcomes. Whether in ceremonial magic, witchcraft, or other esoteric traditions, symbols are carefully chosen for their inherent power and significance, acting as both a conduit and a focal point for magical workings. Through their use, practitioners believe they can shape reality, alter consciousness, and invoke transformation. The use of symbols in magic rituals can be traced back to ancient times, where they were believed to carry divine or supernatural energy. A common example is the use of sigils, which are custom-made symbols drawn to represent a specific intention or desire. These symbols are often created by the practitioner through a process of designing a combination of letters, shapes, or mystical symbols that hold personal significance. Once created, sigils are charged with energy through rituals such as chanting, meditation, or the act of visualization. The practitioner's focus on the sigil is thought to direct their energy into the symbol, empowering it to bring about change in their external world. Similarly, pentagrams, hexagrams, and other geometric shapes are often used to create protective circles or to summon particular forces in rituals. The pentagram, for instance, is commonly used in Wiccan rituals to invoke the 5 elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. The symbol is drawn on the ground or in the air to create sacred space, offer protection, and align the practitioner with the natural forces. The geometric precision of these symbols is seen as essential in focusing energy and guiding the flow of intention during magical workings. Candles, incense, and other ritual tools often carry symbolic meaning in magic. In many traditions, candles are used to represent the elements or certain deities, and their colors hold specific associations. For example, a red candle may symbolize passion, love, or energy, while a green candle may represent growth, healing, and prosperity. When lighting a candle during a ritual, practitioners imbue it with intention, focusing on the symbolism of the flame to direct their desires into the universe. Similarly, incense, with its rising smoke, can be used to represent the element of air, carrying prayers, wishes, and intentions toward the divine or spiritual realms. Symbols in magic rituals also often carry a psychological component. Rituals and the symbols they contain act as tools for manifestation because they serve to focus the mind and harness intention. This is akin to the law of attraction, where the belief that focusing on symbols or intentions can bring about change in reality is central. The psychological act of visualizing and meditating upon symbols can help to align the practitioner's conscious and unconscious mind, creating the mental and emotional space for the manifestation to occur. In conclusion, symbols are integral to magic rituals, providing a way for practitioners to connect with spiritual forces, focus their energy, and manifest their intentions. Whether through sigils, geometric shapes, or the careful selection of ritual tools, symbols serve as a means of communicating with the unseen realms and influencing change. The ritualistic use of symbols bridges the material and spiritual worlds, enabling individuals to invoke the transformative power they seek. The symbolism of tarot cards and divination tools. Tarot cards and other divination tools are deeply rooted in symbolism, acting as windows into the unconscious mind and providing insight into past, present, and future events. Each tarot card is imbued with a unique set of symbols that are rich in meaning, and when combined, these symbols create a narrative that can help guide individuals toward understanding their personal circumstances or spiritual journeys. Tarot, one of the most popular forms of divination, is especially known for its use of archetypal imagery that resonates with the collective unconscious. Through the cards, practitioners can tap into universal themes and deep psychological processes, ultimately gaining wisdom and clarity. The tarot deck consists of 78 cards, each with its own symbolic significance. The 22 major arcana cards represent significant life events, spiritual lessons, and powerful archetypes, while the 56 minor arcana cards reflect everyday situations and challenges. The symbolism in these cards is layered, and each image is carefully constructed to convey deeper meanings, often drawing on a rich tradition of mythology, astrology, numerology, and psychology. For example, the Fool card, typically depicted as a young figure stepping off a cliff with a small bag in hand, symbolizes new beginnings, innocence, and the courage to take risks. In contrast, the Death card, often feared by those unfamiliar with tarot, represents transformation, endings, and the opportunity for renewal rather than literal death. In the minor arcana, the four suits, cups, wands, swords, and pentacles, carry their own symbolic meanings, representing the emotional, spiritual, intellectual, and material aspects of life, respectively. For instance, cups are linked to emotions, intuition, and relationships, while wands represent creativity, action, and personal growth. Swords are associated with thoughts, conflicts, and decision-making, while pentacles represent material wealth, career, and the physical world. The numbers on the cards also play an important role in providing deeper layers of interpretation. Aces often symbolize new beginnings or potential, while tens represent completion or fulfillment. Beyond tarot, other divination tools, such as runes, crystals, and astrology, are also rich with symbolism. Runes, for instance, are characters from an ancient alphabet, each representing specific energies and concepts. When cast or drawn, runes serve as a means of communication with the divine or the unconscious mind, offering insight into a person's spiritual path. Similarly, astrological charts and the placement of planets and stars are used to interpret the energies that influence an individual's life, with symbols associated with each zodiac sign holding deep personal significance. In conclusion, the symbolism of tarot cards and other divination tools offers a language through which the subconscious can speak, revealing truths that are often hidden from the conscious mind. Through the careful interpretation of these symbols, practitioners can gain insight into themselves, their relationships, and their life path, ultimately guiding them toward greater understanding and spiritual growth. Each symbol, whether in tarot, runes, or astrology, provides a unique lens through which individuals can explore the mysteries of their own lives and the universe at large. Sigils and their mystical power. Sigils are powerful symbols that have long been used in magical and mystical traditions for the purpose of manifesting desires, focusing energy, and connecting with spiritual forces. Unlike traditional symbols, which may have established meanings, sigils are unique, personalized creations. They are typically designed to represent a specific intention, desire, or goal, and are used in ritualistic practices to focus the practitioner's will and energy on bringing about that intention. The process of creating and using sigils is deeply rooted in belief systems that suggest that symbols possess inherent magical power, capable of influencing the physical world when charged with intention. The creation of a sigil begins with a clear, specific statement of intention. This might be something like, "I will find success in my career," or "I will experience peace and harmony in my life." Once the intention is established, the next step is to transform the words into a visual symbol. This is typically done by reducing the statement to its letters and then simplifying those letters into an abstract design, often through the removal of duplicate letters and the merging of others. The result is a unique, intricate design that, when properly focused upon, is believed to hold the energy of the intention itself. The mystical power of sigils is believed to come from their ability to bypass the conscious mind. In magical traditions, it is thought that the conscious mind is filled with doubt, skepticism, and distraction, preventing individuals from fully connecting with their true desires. By creating a sigil, Practitioners aim to communicate with the unconscious mind, which is free from such limitations. Once the sigil is created, it is charged with energy through rituals such as meditation, chanting, or visualization. The practitioner focuses their attention on the sigil, imagining it glowing with light and radiating energy into the universe. This intense focus is thought to activate the sigil and send the intention out into the world. Sigils are often used in ceremonial magic, witchcraft, and chaos magic. In chaos magic, for instance, sigils are frequently used as part of a larger system that encourages experimentation with different magical practices. Sigils are seen as highly flexible, malleable tools that can be used in a variety of ways. Some practitioners will burn or bury their sigils once they are charged, symbolizing the release of the desire into the universe. Others may carry the sigil with them as a talisman, invoking its power whenever necessary. Throughout history, sigils have been utilized by numerous magical traditions, including those of ancient cultures, medieval alchemists, and modern occult practices. They have been used to summon spirits, protect the practitioner from harm, invoke deities, or even alter the course of events in one's life. The belief in the power of sigils hinges on the idea that symbols are not just abstract representations, but living, energetic forces that can shape reality. In conclusion, sigils are much more than simple symbols. They are magical tools used to channel personal will and direct energy towards achieving specific goals. Through the careful creation, charging, and focusing on a sigil, practitioners aim to tap into the deep, mystical power of symbols to manifest their desires and affect change in the world around them. The mysticism of sigils lies in their ability to connect the conscious mind with the deeper layers of the subconscious, unlocking powerful forces that can shape one's life and spiritual path. Occult symbols, hidden knowledge, and secret societies. Occult symbols have long been associated with hidden knowledge, secret teachings, and the mysterious workings of the universe. These symbols are deeply rooted in esoteric traditions and serve as powerful tools to represent complex, often hidden concepts that are not easily understood by the general public. Throughout history, secret societies, mystics, and occult practitioners have used these symbols as a means of preserving ancient wisdom, transmitting spiritual truths, and safeguarding knowledge from those who are not initiated into their mysteries. The use of occult symbols often carries an air of exclusivity and mystique, with many of these symbols acting as keys to unlock deeper understanding and enlightenment. One of the most famous examples of occult symbolism is the all-seeing eye, often depicted as a single eye encased in a triangle. This symbol has been widely recognized, particularly in Freemasonry, and is often associated with divine providence and the idea of a higher power watching over humanity. The eye represents enlightenment, insight, and the ability to perceive beyond the physical realm, symbolizing spiritual awakening and the search for deeper truths. The triangle, as a geometric symbol, also holds its own significance, representing the harmony of body, mind, and spirit, or the Trinity of creation in various mystical traditions. Another well-known occult symbol is the pentagram, a five-pointed star that has been used in numerous esoteric traditions, from ancient Mesopotamia to modern-day Wicca. The pentagram is often associated with protection, the elements, earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, and the divine. When inverted, however, it is sometimes seen as a symbol of dark forces, representing the rejection of traditional spiritual values. The duality of the pentagram reflects the complexity of the occult world, where symbols can carry multiple meanings depending on the context in which they are used. Secret societies, such as the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians, have long employed occult symbols to communicate hidden teachings and preserve sacred knowledge. For example, the compasses and square are central to Freemasonry and are used to symbolize morality, ethics, and the pursuit of spiritual growth. These symbols are not meant to be understood literally, but rather serve as metaphors for deeper truths that can only be unlocked through personal initiation and study. The Ankh, an ancient Egyptian symbol resembling a cross with a loop at the top, is another iconic occult symbol. It represents eternal life and is often linked to the gods and the afterlife. In modern occultism, the ankh is used to signify spiritual immortality and the union of opposites, the physical and the divine, life and death, creation and destruction. In the occult, symbols are not simply decorative. They carry with them hidden meanings that only those with the knowledge to decode them can understand. These symbols act as conduits for spiritual power, offering practitioners a way to connect with forces beyond the physical realm. By using these symbols in rituals, magic, and personal transformation, occultists believe they can access ancient wisdom, alter reality, and move closer to the divine. In conclusion, occult symbols serve as powerful tools for accessing hidden knowledge, preserving esoteric traditions, and initiating individuals into secret societies or mystical practices. Through their layered meanings and historical associations, these symbols connect the material world with the spiritual realm, allowing those who understand them to unlock deeper truths and engage with the forces of the universe in profound ways. The occult connection between symbols and power. In occult traditions, symbols are not merely representations. They are believed to hold inherent power, capable of influencing and shaping reality. This mystical connection between symbols and power is a cornerstone of many esoteric practices, where symbols act as tools to channel spiritual energy, manifest desires, and invoke hidden forces. Occultists and mystics have long understood that symbols, when properly used, can act as conduits for power, serving as bridges between the physical world and the spiritual or unseen realms. The idea that symbols can hold power originates from the belief that all things, including the mind and soul, are interconnected with universal forces. By harnessing these symbols, individuals can tap into these hidden forces, often in ways that transcend conventional understanding. The act of creating, interpreting, or using symbols with intention is thought to align the practitioner's energy with that of the universe, unlocking a latent power that is otherwise inaccessible. This practice is foundational in various occult traditions, such as alchemy, astrology, and ritual magic, where symbols are central to the manipulation of cosmic energies. One of the key ways symbols hold power in the occult is through vibration. Everything in the universe is believed to vibrate at a certain frequency, and symbols are thought to resonate with specific frequencies that can influence the surrounding environment. This resonance allows symbols to be used to alter the course of events, protect individuals from harm, or enhance spiritual practices. For example, the use of protective symbols like the pentagram or the Eye of Horus is believed to shield the practitioner from negative influences or malevolent entities, channeling protective energies into the physical realm. Additionally, the concept of sigils, where symbols are created as representations of specific desires or intentions, illustrates the potent relationship between symbols and power. A sigil, crafted through intention and ritual, is believed to carry the energy of its creator's desire. Once charged with focus and purpose, the sigil becomes a living symbol, acting as a tool that influences the universe toward the fulfillment of the practitioner's goals. The power of a sigil lies in its ability to bypass the conscious mind, allowing for the direct activation of subconscious desires, thus facilitating manifestation. In many occult systems, symbols serve not only as a means of accessing power, but as a way of communicating with the divine or unseen forces. Through symbols, practitioners can convey their intentions to higher beings, deities, or spirits. The use of sacred and ritual symbols, like those seen in the Kabbalah or the Golden Dawn system, helps create a link between the human and the divine, facilitating spiritual growth, enlightenment, or magical outcomes. The occult connection between symbols and power also extends into the realm of psychology. Symbols, especially archetypal ones, are believed to tap into the unconscious mind, where they unlock powerful emotional and spiritual responses. Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious highlights how symbols, which hold universal meanings across cultures and history, can evoke deep, transformative experiences that lead to personal growth and self-awareness. In conclusion, symbols in the occult are not just passive images, but active forces that hold the potential to shape reality, manipulate energies, and connect with higher realms. Through their power, symbols serve as tools for personal transformation, manifestation, and communication with the unseen, helping practitioners unlock hidden knowledge and influence their lives in profound ways. Chapter 12: Modern Interpretations of Symbolism. In the modern world, symbolism continues to play a crucial role in various fields, from art and literature to psychology and advertising. As societies have evolved, the ways in which symbols are interpreted and applied have shifted, yet their foundational power remains unchanged. Modern interpretations of symbolism often blend traditional meanings with contemporary contexts, reflecting the ongoing relevance and adaptability of symbolic thought. One of the most significant shifts in modern symbolism is the increasing importance of individual interpretation. While traditional symbolism was often rigid, with well-established meanings rooted in culture and religion, today's symbols are more fluid. In an era marked by cultural diversity and personal expression, symbols can take on unique meanings based on the viewer's personal experiences, beliefs, and values. For instance, the peace sign, originally associated with anti-war movements, has been embraced by various groups as a symbol of social justice, unity, and environmentalism. Its meaning has expanded beyond its historical roots, showing how symbols can evolve over time. In the world of art, contemporary movements often use symbolism to challenge or subvert traditional interpretations. Surrealism, for example, employed symbolic imagery to express the unconscious mind and challenge societal norms. Artists like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte used seemingly nonsensical images, such as melting clocks or floating objects, to evoke deeper psychological and philosophical meanings. These modern interpretations of symbolism are not confined to the literal, but instead invite viewers to engage with the abstract, offering a subjective, personal exploration of the symbols presented. In advertising and branding, the power of symbolism is wielded with precision to influence consumer behavior. Modern companies are keenly aware of how symbolic imagery can evoke specific emotions and drive purchasing decisions. Logos, colors, and visual design all carry symbolic weight, whether it's the Nike swoosh, representing motion and athletic achievement, or the Apple logo, symbolizing innovation and simplicity. In this context, symbols transcend their traditional meanings to create new associations, ultimately shaping modern consumer culture. Psychology also offers modern interpretations of symbolism, particularly through the lens of Carl Jung's ideas on the collective unconscious. Jung argued that symbols have universal significance, resonating with deep archetypal patterns that reside within all humans. Modern psychotherapy often utilizes symbols in dream analysis and personal development, allowing individuals to engage with subconscious material and gain insight into their emotional and psychological states. The study of symbols in popular culture further reflects modern interpretations. Movies, television shows, and music frequently employ symbolism to communicate complex themes, such as identity, morality, and social issues. The Harry Potter series, for example, uses symbols like the Deathly Hallows or the Dark Mark to represent themes of power, death, and resistance. These symbols are layered with meaning, resonating with audiences on multiple levels and enhancing the depth of storytelling. In conclusion, modern interpretations of symbolism reflect a dynamic, evolving relationship between individuals, culture, and the symbols themselves. Whether in art, psychology, branding, or popular culture, symbols continue to hold power, adapting to new contexts and engaging with audiences in deeply personal and collective ways. Through these modern lenses, we see that symbolism remains as potent and transformative as ever, connecting past, present, and future. Symbolism in pop culture, films, and music. Pop culture, particularly through films and music, is rich in symbolism, often conveying deeper meanings, social commentary, and emotional resonance through visual and auditory cues. In both mediums, symbols are used to evoke particular moods, communicate complex themes, and create connections with audiences on an unconscious level. The use of symbolism in pop culture offers layers of meaning that go beyond the surface narrative, allowing for personal interpretation and broader cultural reflections. In film, directors and screenwriters frequently use symbols to convey the emotional or thematic core of a story. These symbols can be both subtle and overt, but they serve to deepen the narrative and make it more impactful. One prominent example is The Wizard of Oz, where symbols like the yellow brick road, the ruby slippers, and the scarecrow are imbued with specific meanings. The yellow brick road represents the journey toward self-discovery, while the ruby slippers symbolize empowerment. The scarecrow, lacking a brain, reflects the character's quest for intelligence. These symbols serve as metaphors for personal growth, courage, and the search for one's true self. Similarly, in modern films like The Matrix, the use of symbols is integral to the plot and its philosophical underpinnings. The red pill and blue pill are iconic symbols that represent choice, enlightenment, and awakening. By choosing the red pill, the protagonist enters the real world, symbolizing a rejection of ignorance and an embrace of truth. The blue pill, on the other hand, represents the comfort of illusion and the status quo. These symbols go beyond their surface-level representation, exploring deeper themes of control, freedom, and the nature of reality. In music, symbolism also plays a pivotal role, often embedded in lyrics, album artwork, and the overall aesthetic of an artist's persona. For instance, David Bowie was known for using symbolism in his music and imagery, particularly in his alter ego, Ziggy Stardust. Ziggy, as a symbol of excess, fame, and alienation, explored themes of identity and the fleeting nature of stardom. The use of alien imagery and space-related symbols was not just about creating a persona, but also about reflecting the confusion and isolation many individuals feel in modern society. Pop music today continues to use symbolism, with artists like Beyoncé, Kendrick Lamar, and Lady Gaga incorporating powerful symbols to address issues such as race, power, sexuality, and societal norms. Beyoncé's visual album Lemonade is filled with symbolic imagery, from the recurring use of water to represent cleansing and renewal to references to African American culture and history. Through the combination of music and visuals, artists craft symbolic narratives that speak to personal and collective experiences, creating a deeper connection with their audience. In conclusion, films and music are potent arenas for the use of symbolism, allowing creators to express complex emotions, ideas, and societal issues in a way that resonates with wide audiences. Through symbols, these mediums create experiences that are layered, multifaceted, and open to interpretation, reflecting the power of visual and auditory storytelling in shaping our understanding of the world. Digital art and symbolism in the age of technology. In the modern era, the rise of digital technology has revolutionized the way art is created, viewed, and interpreted, introducing new dimensions to the use of symbolism. Digital art, which includes everything from computer-generated graphics to virtual reality experiences, enables artists to manipulate symbols in ways that were previously unimaginable. The integration of symbolism in digital art reflects the influence of contemporary culture, technology, and the ongoing relationship between humanity and the digital world. One of the most notable aspects of digital art is its ability to combine multiple forms of media, offering artists the opportunity to blend imagery, sound, and movement. This allows for the creation of more dynamic and immersive symbols, which can interact with the viewer in new ways. For example, the use of virtual reality, VR art, can allow a viewer to engage with symbols in a three-dimensional space, providing an experience that goes beyond traditional two-dimensional representations. By stepping into a virtual world, individuals are able to navigate and explore symbols, creating a more personal and interactive connection to the artwork. In digital art, symbols are not only visually manipulated, but also transformed into data, highlighting the intersection of art and technology. Algorithms and artificial intelligence, AI, can generate art based on predefined symbols, creating new meanings and interpretations that challenge conventional artistic boundaries. For instance, an AI might combine traditional symbols with digital elements like glitches or pixelated forms to evoke ideas of fragmentation or the loss of meaning in a hyperconnected world. This can reflect the sense of disconnection or alienation that many people feel as they interact with technology and digital spaces, offering a critique of modern life. Moreover, social media platforms have become significant venues for the use of symbols in the digital age. Memes, emojis, and hashtags are modern-day symbols that carry complex meanings across global networks. These symbols can quickly gain traction, spreading across the internet and taking on new forms depending on their context. What was once a simple emoji or hashtag may evolve into a symbol of protest, identity, or social change, showcasing the power of digital spaces in transforming the meanings of symbols in real time. The cyberpunk genre, a popular cultural movement influenced by the rise of technology, also plays a major role in the symbolic use of digital art. Often depicting dystopian futures, cyberpunk art incorporates symbols of technology, power, and rebellion. Neon lights, futuristic cityscapes, and digital interfaces serve as metaphors for the overwhelming presence of technology and the loss of individuality in an increasingly digitized world. In conclusion, digital art has expanded the possibilities for how symbolism is used and interpreted in the 21st century. With its blend of technology, media, and creativity, digital art creates opportunities for symbolism to evolve, becoming more interactive, immersive, and reflective of modern experiences. As technology continues to develop, the role of symbolism in digital art will only deepen, offering new ways for individuals to connect with and interpret the world around them. The resurgence of occult and mystical symbols. In recent years, there has been a notable resurgence of occult and mystical symbols in popular culture, art, and media. These symbols, often associated with ancient spiritual traditions and secret societies, have gained renewed interest in the digital age. This resurgence reflects a growing fascination with mysticism, the unexplained, and the hidden aspects of reality. Occult symbols, once relegated to underground movements or considered taboo, have re-entered mainstream consciousness, often carrying with them layers of meaning that speak to contemporary societal concerns. The use of occult symbols in popular culture is particularly prominent in music, fashion, and visual art, where they are often employed to evoke a sense of mystery, rebellion, or connection to hidden knowledge. Artists like Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and Kanye West have incorporated mystical imagery and symbolism into their work, using occult symbols as a means of self-expression or to convey deeper, esoteric meanings. The all-seeing eye, pentagrams, anatomical symbols, and references to ancient deities are frequently seen in album covers, music videos, and fashion, often sparking conversation and intrigue among their audiences. The appeal of occult symbols in the modern world is not just about aesthetic or mystique, but also about their symbolic power. These symbols often represent hidden knowledge, power, and spiritual awakening, which are concepts that resonate in today's world, where many individuals feel disconnected from traditional religious structures or societal norms. In this sense, the resurgence of mystical symbols can be viewed as part of a broader cultural movement that seeks to explore alternative spiritualities and New Age philosophies. This trend reflects a desire to reconnect with the mysteries of the universe and seek deeper meanings in an increasingly complex and fragmented world. The occult and mystical symbols that are most popular today often have roots in alchemy, astrology, Kabbalah, and Hermeticism, ancient systems of thought that sought to explain the workings of the universe and humanity's place within it. Alchemy, for example, with its symbols of transformation and spiritual enlightenment, is seeing a resurgence in the form of contemporary art and philosophy. Similarly, the rise of astrology as a spiritual practice, especially among younger generations, has made symbols like the zodiac signs and planetary symbols more prevalent in modern culture. The revival of occult imagery is not without its critics, as many argue that its use can trivialize or distort the true meanings of these symbols. However, it's clear that the symbol's power endures, continuing to fascinate and captivate people as they search for meaning and understanding in an often chaotic world. Whether embraced for its artistic allure or its connection to deeper spiritual truths, the resurgence of occult and mystical symbols in contemporary culture is an indication of humanity's ongoing desire to explore the unknown and uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of everyday life. New Age spirituality and symbolic practices. New Age spirituality is a broad and diverse movement that emerged in the late 20th century, blending elements of mysticism, alternative healing practices, and esoteric knowledge. It often focuses on personal growth, spiritual enlightenment, and the interconnectedness of all life. Central to New Age spirituality are symbolic practices, where symbols serve as gateways to deeper understanding, spiritual awakening, and healing. These symbols, drawn from various mystical and spiritual traditions, play a crucial role in guiding practitioners through transformative experiences. One of the most significant aspects of New Age spirituality is its emphasis on personal empowerment and self-discovery. Symbols are used to help individuals connect with their higher selves and access higher consciousness. For example, mandalas, circular designs that represent wholeness and unity, are often used in meditation to help bring about balance and harmony within the mind and body. Mandalas, found in various cultures including Hinduism and Buddhism, are not only intricate works of art, but also powerful tools for spiritual growth. In the New Age context, they are used as focal points for meditation and contemplation, enabling practitioners to access deeper states of awareness. Another key symbol in New Age spirituality is the pentagram, which has been adopted as a symbol of spiritual protection and transformation. While traditionally associated with Wicca and pagan practices, the pentagram in New Age circles is often seen as a representation of the 5 elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, and is used to maintain balance and harmony in the practitioner's life. The use of such symbols in New Age rituals and practices is believed to help create sacred space, protect the individual, and promote spiritual alignment. In addition to symbols like the mandala and pentagram, New Age spirituality often incorporates crystals and gemstones, each with its own symbolic meaning and healing properties. Crystals, such as amethyst, are believed to promote spiritual clarity, while rose quartz is associated with love and emotional healing. The use of crystals, often placed strategically in one's environment or worn as jewelry, is thought to enhance energy flow, protect the aura, and support personal growth. Astrological symbols also play a significant role in New Age practices, with individuals consulting their horoscopes to understand how celestial movements impact their personal lives. The zodiac signs and planetary symbols are used to gain insights into personality traits, relationships, and life paths. Many New Age practitioners view astrology as a tool for self-awareness and spiritual guidance, helping them navigate life's challenges and align with their soul's purpose. In conclusion, New Age spirituality is deeply rooted in the use of symbolic practices that connect individuals with higher realms of consciousness, facilitate healing, and support personal transformation. Whether through meditation, crystals, astrology, or sacred rituals, symbols serve as powerful tools in the journey towards spiritual awakening, offering guidance, protection, and insight to those who seek them. Symbolism in the age of globalization. In the age of globalization, symbolism has taken on new dimensions as cultures, ideas, and influences converge and interconnect across borders. This interconnectedness has led to the exchange and adaptation of symbols, creating a dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of meaning. As societies become increasingly globalized, symbols, once confined to specific regions or traditions, now transcend geographic boundaries, acquiring new interpretations and significance in different contexts. One of the most notable aspects of symbolism in the age of globalization is the fusion of cultural symbols. As people from different backgrounds interact, symbols that were once specific to a single culture are shared and reinterpreted. For example, symbols from Eastern spirituality, such as the yin-yang or lotus flower, have gained widespread popularity in the West, often divorced from their original religious or philosophical contexts. These symbols are now used in fashion, art, and wellness practices, representing balance, peace, or personal growth rather than the complex teachings they once embodied. Similarly, Native American symbols have been appropriated in various global contexts, sometimes losing their original spiritual significance in the process. The internet and social media have played a significant role in the globalization of symbols. Platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok have allowed symbols to spread rapidly and gain new meanings. Emojis, hashtags, and memes have become the new visual language, communicating complex ideas and emotions in an instantly recognizable form. These symbols have transcended cultural boundaries, with people from all over the world using them to express shared experiences, social movements, and collective concerns. For example, the hashtag has become a powerful symbol for activism, with movements like Me Too and Black Lives Matter using this simple yet potent symbol to rally people around causes and create global conversations. At the same time, globalization has led to the commercialization and commodification of certain symbols. Once deeply spiritual or culturally significant symbols are often repurposed for branding and advertising. Brands may use symbols of nature, peace, or ancient wisdom to market products, tapping into the collective consciousness of consumers who associate these symbols with positive qualities. This commercialization has led to some criticism, as the deeper meanings behind symbols are sometimes overshadowed by their commercial appeal. Yet, despite this commercialization, the power of symbolism in the age of globalization remains undeniable. In a world where identities, ideas, and cultures are constantly shifting and blending, symbols provide a universal language that transcends barriers and fosters understanding. As cultures exchange, adapt, and reinterpret symbols, they continue to serve as tools for connection, expression, and transformation in an increasingly interconnected world. Chapter 13, Conclusion. Symbolism, in all its forms and across all cultures, has remained an essential thread in the tapestry of human history. From the early uses of sacred geometry to the modern-day reinterpretation of ancient symbols in pop culture, it is clear that symbols continue to hold profound meaning and significance in human life. The exploration of symbolism offers insights not only into individual consciousness, but also into the collective psyche, revealing how we connect with the world around us, express our deepest desires, and seek meaning in our existence. The role of symbolism in art, religion, literature, and spirituality demonstrates the ways in which we use visual and linguistic representations to understand the intangible. Symbols transcend language and can tap into the unconscious mind, unlocking emotions, beliefs, and spiritual truths that might otherwise remain hidden. Through symbols, we are able to convey complex ideas, from the simplest expressions of love to the most intricate reflections on the nature of the universe and our place within it. As we have seen, symbols evolve and adapt to the changing needs of society. In the age of globalization, symbols have become more interconnected, allowing for new interpretations and cross-cultural exchanges. While some symbols may lose their original meanings when commercialized or appropriated, they continue to carry power and potential for transformation. In this ever-evolving world, we are constantly redefining the meanings of symbols, and in doing so, we reaffirm their relevance. In modern society, symbols play an essential role in shaping not only our personal identities, but also collective cultural narratives. Whether through the resurgence of mystical symbols, the use of symbolic imagery in media, or the profound connection between colors, shapes, and psychological states, symbols offer us a way to navigate the complexities of our world. They provide us with a language that speaks beyond the ordinary, offering us a path to understanding the unseen and the unknown. As we move forward, the study of symbolism will undoubtedly continue to deepen our awareness of the forces that shape our beliefs, values, and actions. Whether through the lens of mysticism, art, psychology, or spirituality, the enduring power of symbols reminds us that the journey toward understanding and self-realization is both an individual and collective endeavor. In the end, the use of symbols remains a vital aspect of human life, guiding us toward deeper meaning, connection, and transformation.